to order. But before we get started, Vice Chair Scott would like to take some time to remember D-Day. So what we'd like to start with is a moment of silence, and then Vice Chair Scott is going to do a prayer. And then we'd ask that Commissioner Eggers lead us in the pledge. So if that's okay, if we could take a moment of silence for all those that served our country. Okay, and Commissioner Scott, if you would like to read the prayer that you brought.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to read the prayer that President Roosevelt broadcast to the nation on the day of the invasion. It's about 3 minutes long, but it's well worth it. Almighty God, our sons, pride of our nation, this day have set upon a mighty endeavor, a struggle to preserve our republic, our religion, and our civilization, and to set free a suffering humanity. Lead them straight and true. Give strength to their arms, stoutness to their hearts, steadfastness in their faith. They will need thy blessings. Their road will be long and hard, for the enemy is strong. He may hurl back our forces. Success may not come with rushing speed, but we shall return again and again. And we know that by thy grace and by the righteousness of our cause, our sons will triumph. They will be sore tried by night and by day. Without rest until the victory is won, the darkness will be rent by noise and flame. Men's souls will be shaken with the violence of war. For these men are lately drawn from the ways of peace. They fight not for the lust of conquest. They fight to end conquest. They fight to liberate. They fight to let justice arise and tolerance and goodwill among thy people. They yearn but for the end of battle, for their return to the haven of home. Some will never return. Embrace these, Father, and receive them, thy heroic servants, into thy kingdom. And for us at home, fathers, mothers, children, wives, sisters, and brothers of brave men overseas, whose thoughts and prayers are ever with them, help us, Almighty God, to rededicate ourselves in this renewed faith in thee in this hour of great sacrifice. Many people have urged that I call the nation into a single day of special prayer, but because the road is long and the desire is great, I ask that our people devote themselves in a continuance of prayer. As we rise to each new day, and again when each day is spent, let words of prayer be on our lips, invoking thy help to our efforts. Give us strength too. Strengthen our daily tasks to redouble the contributions we make in the physical and the material support of our armed forces. And let our hearts be stout, to wait out the long travail, to bear sorrows that may come, to impart our courage unto our sons wherever so they may be. And, O Lord, give us faith. Give us faith in thee, faith in our sons, faith in each other, faith in our united crusade. Let not the keenness of our spirit ever be dulled. Let not the impacts of temporary events, of temporal matters, of but fleeting moments, let not these deter us in our unconquerable purpose. With thy blessing, we shall prevail over the unholy forces of our enemy. Help us to conquer the apostles of greed and racial arrogance. Lead us to the saving of our country and with our sister nations into a world unity that will spell a sure peace, a peace invulnerable to the schemings of unworthy men, and a peace that will let all men live in freedom, reaping the just rewards of their honest toil. Thy will be done, Almighty God. Amen. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. I thought that was very nice. Thank you. And so we're going to start, Barry, we're going to start with the Clerk of the Court.
We are. Today we have several groups. We have to start with the Clerk of Court. We have the items listed on your agenda. We have an agenda brief at the end of today for next Tuesday.
Your mic, Barry.
We do have agenda brief at the end of today's groupings. We also have lined up, considering how quick it went yesterday, utilities, housing and community development, and public works, if we choose to take them today. They'll come back tomorrow on their regularly scheduled day if we run short on time. So With that, I turn it over to the clerk.
Well, thank you, Commissioners, and thank you for the opportunity to present today. I certainly do appreciate it. In a full house, all of you are here. That's delightful to see. Commissioner Scott, thank you for that nice prayer that you shared from President Roosevelt. Barry and I just talked about yesterday, I think, 2 days ago, about bringing family together. It's harder when your kids become in their 20s and 30s. And this past Memorial Day weekend, my family rented a home in Gettysburg, Pennsylvania. And we had the whole family there. And not only is it known for the battle, but that's known for the only home that General Eisenhower and Mamie ever owned, because he was in the military his whole life. They, went from camp to camp or base to base and never owned a home. But the only home he owned was in Gettysburg, and it's part of the Interior Department. And you can take a tour of it. It's a beautiful tour. And he's the last president who was able to accept gifts from foreign leaders. And so there's a room there dedicated with just all these beautiful, there's a carpet there from the Shah of Iran, a beautiful table from Korea. So if you ever get up to Gettysburg, and it's just a delightful city, by the way, make sure you go and see General Eisenhower's home there, and it is beautiful. So getting on to the budget, though. And Commissioner Latvala, you're so dedicated to those honor flights, and that's just a wonderful thing. And, fewer and fewer World War II vets are there, and it's mainly now Vietnam vets taking the honor flights. But thank you for your dedication to that.
Commissioner Eggers as well.
Didn't want to leave you out, Dave. Sorry about that.
Some of those American Revolutionary.
As I always say, I wasn't tough enough for Boy Scouts, let alone the military. So I want to first acknowledge my colleague Thomas Dunn, who is here with me. He's our Director of Administration for the Clerk's Office, and he is our primary person responsible for the budget and the presentation and his staff. And I also want to thank Veronica and Shira from the Office of OMB for their cooperation in assisting us with our budget presentation and working with us. The Clerk's Office has several items, departments which y'all fund. We have around 500 and some employees, around 530. Out of that 530, y'all fund 133.75. I'm always trying to find that .75 employee. I've never met that person yet. But the areas which make up that 133.75 are the areas of finance, which is the biggest section, board records, and we have Shirley here helping us out today from the clerk's office recording today's meeting. Our board records department is very important. They also handle the Value Adjustment Board, and Commissioner Eggers is chair of that. The Inspector General's Department, records management, the print shop, and mail services. Those are all the areas which y'all fund for the clerk's office that have the county responsibility, and that's what makes up that 133.75 employees. I just want to talk about one thing of, an example of efficiency. People often look at government and say we're not as efficient as we should be, but if you go back to before 2008, the county had its own records management department. Steve Spratt was our county administrator at that time. Y'all had a records manager. We had a records manager. Because we're responsible for all the court records, which are tremendous, and have to be maintained. Even misdemeanor records have to be maintained 90 years, and there's 40,000 of those a year. So you can imagine the volume of the records that we need to maintain for very long periods of time. But we had 3 records center at that time. We had the Swisher Building, which was the county's records department. We had the 49th Street warehouse across from the criminal complex. And then the clerk's office, because of our needs, had a separate warehouse, which was also needed to house all our records. Because of the Great Recession, made us look at things. We signed an MOU with the county, and basically Steve Spratt asked if we could take over, the clerk's office can take over the record function for the county departments. And we've been doing that since 2008, okay? We have 1 manager instead of 2, okay? And we have gone from 3 warehouses and 3 big locations to 1 location. The 49th Street warehouse, which is across from the Criminal Justice Center, has no more records there. It's completely vacant. Not sure what could be done with that property, but it's completely vacant, and it's available to the county to use in how they see fit. And we've been able to do that by, in records management, a lot is through technology and imaging records. And there's a lot of requirements, both by the Department of State in the state of Florida, which governs non-court records, and then there's a separate governance for court records. But we've been able to take advantage of technology. Instead of buying two sets of technology, one for the clerk and one for the county, we have one set of technology. So I just wanted to point that out because, you know, it may be a little thing, it may be something which is not the most exciting and scintillating thing, records management, but it's extremely important because when a record must be produced 50 years later, that's required under statute or by the Supreme Court, it has to be produced. And so it's extremely important to the people that are looking at an adoption record or a record that going back when we had when y'all changed vendors with the solid waste facility. We went back 30-some years of a whole history of every contract, every amendment that was involved with that and was able to produce that to help with that process. So it's important when you're looking at these things. It's not so important just on the everyday thing, but that shows how we have taken a process and made it a heck of a lot more efficient through both the use of technology and consolidating. So that I want to mention. The other thing I want to mention is, and we're not asking for additional FTEs, we are asking for one decision package. And I want to thank Commissioner Latvala and Commissioner Long and Commissioner Scott for serving on the BTS board. Commissioner Flowers, thank you for your past service on the BTS board. You're a very active and productive member there. But at the BTS board, we went over and, you know, our BTS presentation is going to be made, the Oracle and the cost of that. And the cost of Oracle is way more than just what we pay Oracle. It's the internal cost of Oracle. And it came out to an average around $6.5 million a year, okay? That's a big amount of money. And that's both internal and external cost. And the county administrator, Barry, our new HR director, and I are really charged with the governance of that product. And in your chart that was given to you by OMB, you have this very complex schedule which shows how involved the whole Oracle system is. It is not a simple system. I'm going to actually find it on here. And what we're asking for as we look into new ways of doing things, whether it be staying with Oracle, we have not ruled anything out, or looking at best in class, or looking at a different ERP system, this needs to be evaluated. And our systems need to be looked at as to how all this connects to help us when we transition to whatever the next solution is, and figuring out what the best solution is. You know, Barry and I will be very direct. There have been mistakes made over Oracle over the number of years that we wish didn't take place. But part of it is because we didn't fully use the system. We didn't know how to use the system. We didn't do the proper analysis of the system. I think BTS would acknowledge that too. And also, a lot of those decisions were made after the Great Recession when we were at the minimal of employees. But I think it's very prudent to put the dollars into upfront getting this right, and so when we transition to whatever the new system is, that we're not paying $6.5 million a year. So the one decision package item I have in there is a position which is going to be looking at this. Your county administrator supportive of the concept, whether it should be under the clerk's office, whether it should be this position. We can talk more about that, but we feel it's important if we're going to make this additional investment, you know, and if we're looking at something to replace a $6.5 million expense, we need to get it right. And we feel this position is very important in helping us to get that right. So really, that's my presentation. We have a built-in our budget, an increase that we projected for compensation. Obviously, that figure is dependent on whatever the board decides as far as the pay plan for the county employees. So that will be adjusted based on that. We kind of lowballed it compared to what's being talked about. So, but anyway, that's the only other item that's on the budget that's really of consideration. So I'll be glad to answer any questions or hear any comments that you have concerning the clerk's budget.
Barry?
Yeah. So one other item to mention is the low recordings. And so, you know, with the interest rates high, they continue to suffer with lower recordings. They did reduce positions, and then they asked for a supplement, which you approved. That carries that. We're watching that. and, adjustments will be made based upon the recordings and the revenue that comes in off of those recordings. So that's still impacting their budget, pretty significantly.
Thank you, Barry, for mentioning it. Thank you, Commission, for your consideration on that. It's kind of an unusual deal. When we make a profit each year, you get the profit. When we have a loss, there's no obligation on your part to help us out. But y'all did. And we gave a chart over the past, I think it was like 5 years or 6 years, we had returned $10 million of excess fees or unused budget capacity. And y'all have been very helpful in making sure during this time when recordings are way down. It's really mortgages. Deeds are being recorded, but deeds are 1 or 2 pages long. Mortgages are 17 to 20-page documents, and that's really what produced a lot of income. That's still the department that we do produce fees off our marriage licenses, passport applications, and some other items. But the main mortgages are down 60% over what they were just a few years ago when the rates were so low. And so that was a significant amount of income lost for the recording department. So we appreciate that.
Okay, Commissioner Long has a question.
Thank you, Clerk.
Our last budget committee meeting together.
I know, I don't know
Kind of
what you're gonna
sentimental.
do. I noticed in the narrative here about this decision package that you indicate this is the second year this position has been requested. I'm drawing a blank on that from last year. Did we just not decide to fund it?
Yes.
Oh, so it isn't your problem, it's us not giving you the money?
Well, I don't want to say.
Yes.
We're working on this cooperatively.
We said no.
Well, I'm,
Yeah, y'all did say
okay,
no,
I'm
but
just
it's
trying to
also,
figure out why we haven't done it before, since I
Well-
understand how critical it is, given how quickly technology is changing.
So the clerk can, respond directly to you. Let me give you at least my perspective under the county administrator's recommended budget. We don't disagree in concept. The question is where you're putting your money. And, this is, the past decision was really about training under modules that we currently have to better utilize them. And so the question, and I think we're going to see that when the RFI comes out, is whether we put money on enhancing utilization of our current modules or focus on transition to a new product. And just to take time to kind of, for those that haven't dealt with an ERP system, ERPs used to be that you got one system and you had all the bolts, of the financials and the grants and the, and everything was part of that. And that's the way it worked. Well, now, you can have kind of a data hub and bolt pieces in that integrate. So it'll be interesting to see what we come out with through this RFI system. Technology's changed significantly since, like I said, the last update, I think, was 2010, on this. So so we have we don't disagree in concept. We're just, I think, having a little disagreement about strategy. And we'll figure that out between now and when, we bring the budget, forward. But that's where I disagree. I really don't want to put more money into the current, modules and really focus on transition.
and Commissioner Long, my this counterpoint here on Saturday is the, part of the thing is we have to understand all the workflows to understand what the product that we need. And that's really, when we say training, I don't consider it really a training position. Maybe we indicated that in our narrative, but really the workflows, you could see again with that chart, how many different workflows there are out there. And so we want to make sure that when we get whatever product we get, we're actually using it as close to 100%, which is almost impossible. But we want to get there, and we want to understand that the workflows will work for Pinellas County government. With all the different complexities, all the different departments, all the different types of funds we have, the HR related functions. And HR is a big part of this too. So that, we used to, when I first became clerk, you were triple entering data into the system before we fully integrated with ERP with Oracle. And so we just did those types of things. By understanding all those different workflows to make sure that we're not duplicating things and we get the best product that meets our need, I think is really important in the analysis. So again, Barry and I aren't this far off on this, and we'll talk more, and hopefully he'll make a positive recommendation.
But
We'll figure it out.
Hold on just a minute. I don't like this business of delay when it comes to this kind of thing, because I'm assuming, and please correct me if I'm wrong, the supervisor of elections office is also on the receiving end of the problems if we don't get this done
No.
rather
I
quickly?
don't think so. I think she relies on Oracle for HR, but that's.
Yeah.
Would you remember our last board meeting
but that
where
was
she was
different.
just practically
Right.
in a panic?
No, that's different, that's different technology. But Commissioner, it's not a delay. We actually were trying, if you recall back, and, you know, a couple were really pushing us on upgrading and enhancing our HR systems. We agree, we need a better HR system. It's horrible. However, the implementation of this has the potential of shutting down county government. We got to get this right. The implementation will require a lot of people coming out of their normal job for probably 2 or 3 years and focusing on this transition to a new system. So it's a big deal. It's a very big deal. Even the upgrade, if we decided to just enhance Oracle, which is kind of where we were going with and adding the HR module, was a significant effort. And that's the reason halfway through, they decided it's really better to focus on moving to a new generation rather than upgrading the current Oracle system. So we have to get this right. And so we're not in disagreement. It's figuring out the best strategy to get us there.
Okay, I have one more follow-up, if I may. I understand everything that you've already talked about. While you're working through all that, the clock is ticking.
It is,
And
you're
at the
right.
same time, there are new things. I mean, it's moving so quickly. This is one of my biggest frustrations with government, because of the way we're set up, we don't have the flexibility. We can't move quickly enough to keep up, in my opinion. This is a good example of what I'm talking about. By the time you figure it out, there'll be a whole new system we'll be talking about. That's my biggest concern. And we all experience it in the upgrades on our phones. Every time there's an upgrade, you almost have to go through a new training mindset to learn how to use whatever it is they think they've fixed. But if we were to implement some kind of an onboarding process when you come in county government as a brand-new employee, no matter what department you're in, seems to me we'd be ahead of the curve a little bit. Really? I never went through one when I first became a county. Okay, but we use the system, is my point.
Yeah. And it's a pretty good onboarding process with HR, and then the clerk's office, we have our own that adds on to that. But Commissioner Long, there are so many decision points that need to be made. Obviously, the cloud's going to be a big item with our new ERP system, or whether we even have an ERP system. You know, we have examples locally here on folks right across the bay in Hillsborough. They've implemented Oracle in the cloud. So I mean, we have some things to learn. You know, examples to learn by. I feel like in Congress I've yielded my time to BTS here on my budget presentation. So they'll have a lot more of this when they get up here.
Commissioner Flowers.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner Long kind of zeroed in on what I was going to say, so I won't belabor the point, but what I will say is before a budget is completed, I would like to see this decision changed, and here is why. I believe it was Commissioner Peters that talked about the number of years, even prior to me getting here, that the county's been working on this problem. And while I understand this is a big boat and it's difficult to turn it around, it's just been working on it too long. Dunedin recently was hacked, and they had certain backups in place where they didn't need to go through whatever it was that they were being asked for. They had what they needed in order to restore their systems, which was really wonderful. But I know when I served on BTS, there were a number of concerns that we had because there are so many variations of technology that we utilize that one piece could be compromised to compromise the whole system. I think with the exception of the court system because of the clearance you would need for those types of records. That's a whole different component. I know that when I was served on BTS, I was hesitant about looking at AI as a utilization tool across, but there are some departments that could benefit from the utilization of AI. And it is not just government staff or commissioners, but it's also how we provide our services to the public and how expedient we provide services to the public. Because when people come into an office and they may have to wait a little longer for records or whatever the case may be, then we're not providing great customer service the way that we should desire to. In addition, we have wonderful hiring events. You see me, I'm always putting them out there. Those students are learning the newest technology. So when they come here, that's not what they're working on. So yeah, they're having to learn whatever the systems are that we have because they've learned on the newest, latest, and greatest.
That's right.
And so it's putting us further and further behind. So I see this as a potential to have someone analyze a process of how this one component could look. I would like to see a different decision in the end, because the longer we keep saying we've got to get this right, which I agree, but it shouldn't take 10 plus years to get it right. Barry wasn't here all that time, I get that. But you got to put your feet in the water, in order to get wet. And just consistently putting this off is putting us further and further behind the curve, and in my opinion, opening us up potentially to more adverse actions than if we begin somewhere by making sure that the people that we're bringing on board have the latest and greatest technology to be able to provide the most efficient and effective services to the customers that we serve, which are the residents of this county. So I would like to see a different decision. Hopefully you all will have the conversations. I'm going to ask about it again as we move throughout and ask for an update about where we are. So I won't belabor the point, but those are my comments.
Commissioner Flowers, thank you for those comments. We do have, the appropriate amount of investment into cybersecurity is very difficult. You can probably devote the whole BTS budget to cybersecurity and still not be totally safe.
True.
I think we have a good governance in security here in this county with our security panel. That they meet on a regular basis. Like Jeff and Brian can tell you a heck of a lot more about it, but our representative from the clerk's office is very, very big on this topic, and he keeps me apprised on it. I think we are making the right decisions there that are, economically feasible for within the budget. Because, you're right about the services. Hernando's still not back online. I mean, this is from 3 or 4 months ago. I had to go in to my financial disclosure. I own a couple lots with my brother up in Hernando, and the property appraiser site said you have to come into the office to see a value because their data's all still down from a problem from 3 months ago. And they still haven't been able to go back up in place. Barry and I just talked off a side conversation, just, when we had that incident with Duval Ford of a hacking, not security breach, I'll call it. We're looking, and I got Barry's commitment the other day we're going to put more stringent accounts payable program. We've taken that example, we learned from it. We're putting a lot more procedures, and I asked for his commitment because I knew we'll get some pushback from the departments on the enhanced things that we need to do. So we are constantly taking a look at all those concerns which you mentioned in your talk, and they are all valid.
But the other thing I want to mention is this position, we're getting confused with this position being advancing the idea of a new ERP system. This position has nothing to do with that advancement, okay? This is a learning and development position.
Actually, I'll disagree
and
with Barry.
training.
I actually do think it does because I think it's looking at workflows and systems.
But regardless of how it's done, that process is a separate path, okay? Whether we have that position on or not. So we're going forward, regardless of whether this position is funded or not, that process of a RFI to get system proposals is going on right now. So we have an evaluation process. We're moving as quick as we possibly can to move into that. There have been local governments that have went into ERP systems, spent millions of dollars, and had to abandon the project halfway through because they got it wrong, because they didn't get the system integrations. And so it's imperative that we do this right. It's a big, big deal. So yes, we have a little bit of a disagreement here, but we completely agree on strategy of where we need to go.
I am aware this is an analysis position, and I'm also aware that this is also that analysis would determine other potential resources or systems to help improve the efficiency of the office. That's what I take from what I read in the description. So I am aware of the difference.
We're on the same page, Commissioner.
All right. Anyway.
Commissioner Eggers.
Thank you. Well, this is a fascinating conversation, which makes
More
me
exciting
think that
than
I'm
we've had.
grateful that I'm not on BTS. And I appreciate my colleagues that do serve there and do the work. I think about in umpiring in baseball, they talk about when you make a call, you pause, you read, and then you react. And so for me, with all of the technology changes that are going on, all I will say is sometimes making sure that we're doing it the right way, even if it's I'm not calling it a pause, but maybe it's a slowdown to just do it right, because you can waste a lot of money in this industry. Again, I'm flying at 30,000 feet here, not in the details that you all work. But I just think to do it right, make sure that we have the exact strategy in place, and then figure out how we're going to get there. But appreciate that. And I also, it was interesting just hearing that we're only funding 25% of your workers, which for some reason I thought it was a little bit more than that. But in any
Certainly
event.
welcome to, Commissioner Eggers.
No, I'm not suggesting that. But in addition to doing weddings on February 14th every year, could you talk just briefly about the value of our Inspector General's office? I go out there and I tell people about this, and they're like, oh, okay. And it's like, I'm obviously not messaging it right. This is a big deal to have this department in if just a few minutes about that would be great.
Not only do we do internal auditing, we do investigations, and it's a department I'm very proud of. They have every credential you possibly can get as an Inspector General. And I think sometimes it's misunderstood what we do, because your county departments, and this is built up over time, there's tremendous acceptance of our Inspector General's office. No one welcomes being audited, I'll say that, but just the whole process. As we go in there and do an audit, as we have a finding, we talk to the department right away about the finding. No audit is a surprise. We would not be doing our job if the audit is a surprise. So as we go through the audit process, we tell the finding to the department, give the department a chance to respond to that and make the necessary changes. And then when we go through the exit interview, submit their responses. And some of the audits which had the most findings are the most positive audits, because the responses were we agree and we corrected and changed our process or procedure, or give a response as to why they're not doing it, because there's a business reason for not doing it. And so it helps make our departments, the goal of our inspector is to make things more effective and efficient for Pinellas County government, and to take that outside look at it. And we have, over the years, built up tremendous cooperation. Also, it gives you a chance as commissioners to submit topics that you're interested in, to see how you believe county governments may be functioning, and gives us a chance to, at your recommendations, I know Commissioner Eggers, you have recommended a couple topics in the past which we have followed up on, to make sure that the process works as you intended to. And it's just another viewpoint on the audits. Again, what happens after we do issue an audit with findings, at a certain period afterwards, usually it's like a year, we'll go in and see that has everything that they said they're going to implement actually been implemented, and do follow-up audits. And you see those follow-up audits. Again, it's a no surprise type of thing. It's cooperation. It's making sure our people are credentialed well, so that they are knowledgeable on the topic that they're auditing on. And we put a lot more resources actually into cybersecurity, into BTS processes, because those are high exposure areas. And so all of those have been very positive, including the citizens being able to call with what they see as a problem in government, and that's where our fraud abuse hotline gets put into being. And it's good that outlet's there. The good part from our county government, very few of those are ever substantiated. Most are unfounded, and that's good. But at least there's a process for a citizen to say, hey, I got heard, this was looked into, and there's a response. I also would tell you one of the other things we do is guardianship abuse, and I am as proud of as can be, because we had a case where it made the big paper, where the guardian stole a significant amount of money from a ward, and that the state attorney will acknowledge our report, which was 80-some pages long, as thorough as can be, was the convincing evidence that they needed to prosecute the person, and the person got over 8 years in prison has to pay restitution into hundreds of thousands and brought a $100,000 check down to the clerk's office as the start of that restitution. So, if we didn't have the Inspector General, that wouldn't have happened.
Well, I certainly appreciate the effort, and I do think, to your point about that, internal auditing does provide a lot of assistance to our departments, and that's the primary function that you do a lot of, but it does also catch those situations where there is a problem.
Yep.
And I think our residents, sometimes you try to build confidence in government. This is one of those areas, I think, that people can at least rest assured that at least the county's being watched over internally and externally. So thank you
Commissioner
for all
Eggers.
that you do. Appreciate it.
Okay, any other questions, comments? I guess you're through.
Thank you so much. Y'all
Thanks
have
so
a good
much.
day.
It's good to see you. Okay, and we're going to move on to the Office of Human Rights.
So I'm going to take up just a little time while Belinda gets settled here. Belinda is the... I did not. I was just going to go back and do that. So Shira Hegde is the analyst, our newest analyst in the office. She was just in this chair, is the clerk's analyst, and I missed my chance to introduce her before. But Belinda Amundsen is the analyst for Office of Human Rights, amongst many other things. And I'll turn it over to her, and Jeffrey is here to present as well. So thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Good morning, Commissioners. Thank you. I'm Belinda Amundsen from the Office of Management and Budget. I'm the budget analyst for the Office of Human Rights. Beginning in the middle of page 1, at efficiencies and cost-saving measures, the department reduced expenditures by over $6,000 in FY25 and over $2,000 in FY24. At the bottom of page 1, under topics for discussion, there frankly isn't a whole lot to talk about with this particular budget. We kept it very simple this year. Jeffrey and his team went through their budget. They looked at historical expenditures and worked to keep their budget flat, which they did. Moving on to budget drivers at the top of page 2. The overall budget increases by nearly $13,000, and that is all due to the salary and FRS increases in personnel. The department's FTE remains the same at 10, and revenues are not expected to change in FY25. Like I said, very simple. I am going to now pass the conversation over to Jeffrey.
Again, good morning. I just want to highlight our some accomplishments for the Office of Human Rights last year. As you know, we play a role in the county remaining compliant as it relates to EEOC law or EEO law. And so part of that is putting together a plan for the language proficiency, which is Title VI obligation, making sure that persons where English is not their first language can have access to all county services. And so we provide a means for that to be done, and we pay those bills in our office. The other thing we do for the community is employment investigations and investigations for discrimination in housing. And in order to continue to do that and to be certified, we have to pass certain standards by the federal government. And so we have successfully completed all of those standards by maintaining our substantial equivalency certifications, and we also had a very successful completion of our annual audit by HUD. We're extremely proud of those things. And we continue to do outreach in the community, making the community aware of EEO laws and that the county has a mechanism to address any discrimination issues that exist in our county. Thank you.
Any questions, discussion? Wonderful, thank you. We like simple.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a good day.
Okay, next up is business technology.
We all love BTS now. Be tough, though, okay?
Chris, if you want to make introductions.
Sure. So Jeff Roars and Brian Zumwalt will be over at...
No, Dana.
No, Dana. Okay, Dana's going to be joining us.
Brian's-
Very good. Okay, Brian's behind me
who's
on his way.
coming?
Good, good. From BTS, so we've got them all over there. And Audrey Abels was here yesterday. You saw her. She's back again today. She is the analyst for Business Technology Services, and I think she's ready, so...
Good morning, Commissioners. Audrey Abels with the Office of Management and Budget. Today, we're going to start at the bottom of page 1 with efficiencies and cost-saving measures. The department was able to realize a total reduction of $1.6 million in FY25 budget submission due to department-identified efficiencies. Moving on to the top of page 2, we'll start with topics for discussion. The first topic for discussion is the BTS Board recommendation. The BTS Board has recommended the budget as submitted by the department. In addition, they are recommending the approval of the FY25 decision package. Moving on to the BCC strategic projects. BCC strategic projects budget allows for flexibility when planning investments for future software investments. This is funded by an annual contribution of $1 million from the general fund. Moving to the middle of page 2 with the budget drivers. The BTS department does consist of 2 funds, the Business Technology Fund and the American Rescue Plan Act Fund, or ARPA. Overall, the budget is increasing by $1.7 million in FY25. The BTS fund is supported by charges for service through the cost allocation plan. Cost allocation plan revenues are expecting to increase by $3.6 million. Personnel services is increasing by $600,000 due to a 3% salary adjustment on the midpoint, as well as FRS increases. Operating expenses are increasing by $122,000. This is mostly due to increases in subscription fees. Capital expenses are increasing by $678,000. This is due to network segmentation. The department does have one ARPA project. It is the Human Services Software Modernization. This project is budgeted at $5.7 million in FY25. Moving on to the bottom of page 2 with decision packages. The department does have one decision package request this year. It is for a third-party cybersecurity audit. BTS does conduct their own cybersecurity vulnerability assessments. However, they are requesting to consult a third-party auditor to verify the security program and identify areas of opportunity. Lastly, at the top of page 3, I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Jeff to talk about any performance measures and accomplishments he would like to highlight.
Thank you, and good morning, Commissioners. I won't go too deep, but just talk a little bit about our accomplishments. We're continuing, and really I'll talk about 3 areas. Application modernization. We're about 60% through modernizing our applications, and we've talked about a major application here, and I'll talk about that in a second. But when you look at our total portfolio of over 150 applications, we've modernized 60% in recent years. And we continue to bring in new software packages or consolidate onto platforms. And that's been a lot of our strategy recently, is to consolidate on single platforms such as Acela or bringing multiple departments under CityWorks. But this is all to really address the aging portfolio that we had just a few years ago and modernize it. Many of these software packages were no longer meeting department needs, and that's been a big focus for us. I could go through some of those, but I'll skip that unless there's questions, and I'll talk a little bit about some of the major programs that we have remaining in that 40%. As we've already talked about earlier, the Oracle ERP system is a major system that needs to be overhauled. I would like to make one quick clarification that the system is on a current version that is supported through 2033. So we don't have, vulnerabilities of an unsupported system or something like that. What we have is a system that no longer meets the business's needs and creates significant inefficiencies across workflows. So as departments are doing their work, they're having to work around an inefficient system instead of the system actually making their business more efficient. So that's really the heart of the problem with the current Oracle system. That's an implementation issue. That's a configuration issue. It's also a function of the software just not being modern. So absolutely, you have heard yesterday, I think there was some conversation in today, but Barry as the county administrator and Ken as the clerk of the court and Wade as the human resources director are really working together on a great strategy. We just got our responses from an RFI, and we're reviewing those, and it was a very strong response. And from that RFI, we're going to really learn what is emerging technologies that are going to create a lot of those efficiencies that we need to build into our business case. And that's really was the goal for the RFI, is to understand what the new software products and the emerging technologies bring as efficiencies that we can build into our business case and go forward. I can answer other questions on that as we move forward. A couple more major systems. You heard ARPA is funding a $5.7 million overhaul of our health and our human services software. And that will address not only our case management, which is all of how they handle all the casework of the services they provide, but the medical record side of that as well. And both of those RFPs have concluded, and we're moving in through the next phases of those. So we expect to meet the ARPA deadlines and actually implement and overhaul our human services software. That's another of the major systems remaining. The last of the remaining systems that are remaining is our criminal justice system. We anticipate either by the end of this calendar year or early next calendar year, the implementation of an upgrade to that system to the latest version of Tyler, which is the manufacturer we use. And that'll get us on a much better platform and modern platform, and also just dramatically change the way we authenticate and do access control and all kinds of other things. So those are the three major. We also have a couple dozen smaller applications that are in that 60%. And when I mean smaller, these are very small applications that we'll be modernizing. One of those is near and dear to you all, which is CATS. That's one of those couple dozen smaller applications, but we do anticipate modernizing that this coming year. We're gathering requirements from, we will be gathering requirements from all of you all to make sure we have a good match. We believe we have a match with a current product we already owned, which is doing our public records requests right now. They have a capability to do this, but we want to make sure that's a good match before we move forward. I also wanted to touch on cybersecurity. We do have a very strong cybersecurity program. This year we're implementing and overhauling our entire network to really dramatically change the way we secure our network. And I won't go too deep into that, but that's happening this year. And as you heard, we do have a decision package for a third-party audit. Although we are very confident in our cybersecurity program, it's just good practice every 3 to 5 years to bring in a third party to do a validation. And that validation will do 3 things for us. We'll focus on a gap analysis around the National Institute of Standards and Technology's cybersecurity framework. It'll do a penetration test where folks actually try to break into our network and tell us where we have weak points. And then lastly, it'll review our security program and look at, is it mature enough, and those kinds of aspects as well. So that's what that audit really does. And then the last thing I'd like to touch on is we are also this year looking to overhaul our entire telecommunications system across the county, get rid of phones on the desk as much as possible, and change the way we communicate with our citizens and the way we communicate internally between county departments and between county staff. So we do have a consultant helping us through that, and we expect this year to really have a lot of change in our telecommunication systems. So with that, I would turn it over.
Just a couple of things to add, Commissioners. The cybersecurity audit would be a one-time cost, so it's a little bit different than operating. So we'll have a recommendation for you on that. The other thing is, though, on this implementation that they talked about, just as we kind of go into this, the one thing that we're really driving, and when we met, we really kind of signed in blood that we're going to modify our business practices, not reconfigure the system, okay? And so that is a huge deal for the next 20 years as you do upgrades, et cetera, and stuff. That's the change management that I was talking about, and that's what makes these such a big deal, because it really is helping people train to new business practices and modernize their business practices versus configuring systems to operate the way they've always done business.
Commissioner Scott has a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, guys. Good to see you. A comment and a question. I absolutely agree that we should do the third party's cybersecurity audit. I mean, we're knocking on the door of 5 years, and all we have to do is look a few counties north to see what can happen. So I think we should absolutely do that. And then in the on the budget drivers, could you just explain the capital increase of $678,700 primarily due to network segmentation? What does that mean actually?
Certainly. Just real briefly, the capital, we do have, kind of peaks and valleys there. When we talk about network segmentation, this is that project I was mentioning, which is to further containerize and separate portions of the county so that if there was a breach in one area of the county, it contains that in that area.
So it's siloed rather than spread across the network.
Exactly. We've benefited in this county for several decades of sharing a network, and we all the constitutionals and the county proper, we all share this wonderful network, and it's been advantageous for many years. But now we have to be careful that we put the correct barriers in place so that a breach in one area does not spread over to other areas in the county.
Right. Thanks.
Any other question? Commissioner Eggers.
Yeah, again, thank you for being here and for your presentation. And I would agree with what Commissioner Scott said about the external perspective on our security system. I think is really important. I mean, that doesn't go without saying that we're on top of it ourselves all the time. So, so our residents who may be going, well, gosh, nobody's watching this store, and that's not what you said. But no, I think it's a good idea to get that external perspective. I'm looking forward to those emerging technology that you find out from the RFI. I think that's extremely important. Anyway, I just continue to, good use of tax dollars always, and doing the right thing for our residents and making sure that we know what you need. At the same time, I like the idea of modifying business practices versus the changing the system. I think that approach seems a lot more effective, certainly for our folks. So anyway, thank you for all that you guys do. Appreciate it.
Appreciate it. Thank you, Commissioner.
Any other comments or questions? No? Well, that was easier and quicker than I thought it was going to go. Thank you so much.
They
and
addressed
thank
cats.
you for all your hard
I
work.
told them that's all they needed to address.
Next up, we have Animal Services.
All right. Come on up.
So Interim Director Jennifer Renner is here from the department, and Belinda Amundsen is back as the analyst for Animal Services. So I will turn it over to Belinda.
Thank you again, Chris, and good morning again, Commissioners. I'm Belinda Amundsen. I'm from the Office of Management and Budget, and I'm the budget analyst for Animal Services, and I will be talking a little bit more this time. Beginning at the top of page 2 with efficiencies and cost-saving measures, the department reduced their budget in FY25 by $93,000. In FY24, they reduced their budget by $52,000, and in FY23, they reduced their budget by $20,000. Shifting to the topics of discussion, the middle of page 2, we're currently working with the St. Pete College and Real Estate Management to finalize the details of the Veterinary Technology Center transfer. As of earlier this week, it looks like the transfer is going to occur around the end of June still. Once the transfer occurs, renovations can begin. For the shelter building construction project, phase 1 should be completed around mid to late June. Once that occurs, the animals will move from buildings 400 and 600 back to buildings 200, 300. And then the renovations for buildings in 400 and 600 will begin along with the air conditioning implementation. So this is all still scheduled to be completed by the end of calendar year 2024. The last item under the topics for discussion is a difficulty the department continues to encounter in hiring veterinarian staff. And Jennifer and her team are working on digging into those issues some more and coming up with some viable solutions. As we move to the bottom of page 2 to budget drivers, Animal Services is made up of the General Fund and Animal Welfare Trust Fund. General fund expenditures are increasing $189,000 due to the reduction of 3 county temp workers along with the department's cost-saving efforts. And those county temp workers were needed in FY24 for the shelter renovation. They won't be needed again in FY25. The Animal Welfare Trust Fund expenditures are increasing $12,000, and that's due to an increase in grants to assist low-income citizens with animal care. General fund revenues are decreasing by nearly $46,000, and that's due to waiving the adoption fees during the shelter construction project. And the Animal Welfare Trust Fund revenues are decreasing by nearly $8,000. Now turning to the top of page 3. As we mentioned earlier, the department's FTE is decreasing by 3, which is the primary driver of the decrease of $127,000 in personal services. The department's operating expenses decrease over $54,000 due to the department's cost-saving efforts. And lastly, capital outlay is decreasing $10,000, and that was for purchases that were made in FY24, again, not needed in FY25. So in the middle of page 3, we have a summary of the proposed changes to user fees. These proposed changes are expected to increase the department's revenue by about $50,000. And turning to the top of page 4, I'll now turn the discussion over to Chris briefly for the CIP report.
So we do have 2 projects that are ongoing. We already talked about one of them, which is working on how we're going to deal with veterinary services. But you can see what's there. It's only these 2 projects, and they're going along. I know we've had a change order already. We're watching it. Drew and his team are working diligently to keep an eye on those to make sure that the change orders are kept at a minimum. But there may be others as they come. So nothing really to add other than what's on the page there. And I'm going to kick over to Jennifer and let her deal with her accomplishments, work plan items, and performance measures.
Good morning. Good morning, Commissioners. I'm Jennifer Renner, Interim Director for Animal Services, and with me is Sandra Singletary, our Customer Service Manager. She's celebrating 35 years with Animal Services in August of this year. Wow. Thank you, Sandy. A huge achievement. I also would like to thank you for this opportunity to serve as interim, including Barry. Thank you very much. I'm very proud of our organization, especially Animal Services, and that leads me to talk about our accomplishments. As Belinda and Chris already mentioned, we were very excited about our construction project starting in November, and Phase 1 is set to be complete next week with the full construction project due to end at the end of this year. And with that much anticipated air conditioning also in all of the buildings at that time as well. Our next accomplishment is related to our Foster to Adopt program. That program has been in place for 5 years and helps to promote adoptions through the shelter. I look back at our statistics. We had 459 dogs and cats go through Foster to Adopt last year. 90% of those ended in adoption. So it's a very popular and wonderful program to promote those adoptions at the shelter, and we plan to continue it. Our next accomplishment is our community outreach program, who provides mobile clinics, mobile services to the underserved areas of our community. They held 7 clinics last year, serving 293 pets with free exams, rabies vaccines, and microchips. We also provide community assistance to families who encounter emergency medical expenses for their sick or injured pets. We do that through a community assistance grant that's available through our Animal Welfare Trust Fund. And to date this year, we've already donated $4,700 to help pet families with those unexpected expenses, and that keeps more pets with their families. We are also continuing our pet food pantry. Last year, we gave out 15,000 pounds of pet food, which speaks to the need in our community. And the year before that, 11,000 pounds was given out. And in addition to that, our community outreach team ended up distributing an additional 4,000 pounds of food to food banks in St. Pete, Pinellas Park, and Dunedin as well. And that pet food pantry operates solely on donations from our community, businesses, and also our local pet stores. And we do have other assistance programs such as our voucher program to help those in need, and anyone that qualifies financially can come into the shelter and get a voucher for free preventative care or spay-neuter for their pets as well, and that's all funded through our Animal Welfare Trust Fund. We are also continuing the doghouse program. Our enforcement department is able to hand out a doghouse to help keep families who keep their dogs outside in compliance with our ordinances, and also to improve the quality of life for those dogs living outside. To date, the program's been in place for 9 years, and we've already given out 74 doghouses, and we plan to continue that program as well. And finally, we're going to continue to research and update our county ordinance regarding the pet stores, and we'll be presenting that to you, commissioners, at a date that is still yet to be determined. For our work plan, that involves those 2 construction projects that Belinda and Chris have already discussed, the kennel construction program, as well as the acquisition and renovation of the St. Pete College building next to our shelter. And for our performance measures, I'd just like to highlight that our licensing program remains strong, and we're forecasting our active licenses to remain at 211,000 for fiscal year '25. And another key performance measure related to our budget is the contributions of our volunteers, who are contributing nearly 24,000 hours of service to the shelter to help with our programs. Thank you.
Great. Any questions? Commissioner Eggers.
Well, first of all, thank you and for your report. Also, congratulations on being appointed to the interim. And I've heard from at least a half a dozen people that speak to your performance before and during the interim period. So, Barry, if you're listening, just for your information. So I'm glad to hear about the construction. That'll allow us to keep more dogs there. I'm just trying to make sure I understand the connection between what we're going through right now, but once that's taken care of, the increased number of owner surrender dogs that are being sent to the SPCA, by having the capacity there, will we be able to hang on to more dogs? Is there a contract issue there that we need to look at, or what's that relationship like?
That we are currently keeping strays at the shelter, and like you said, we have a reduced capacity with construction. So currently, we are intaking all strays, and the SPCA is assisting with owner surrenders, as well as the Humane Society and Friends of Strays as well. So we have multiple pet rescue partners in the county. That is certainly something that we can look at as the construction project is finalized.
Are you comfortable that you have the information you need on the vet compensation program to keep these, keep a vet or 2 here?
Yes, and I am working with our head shelter veterinarian, Dr. Robbie Asher, on that information. We are also looking at contracting various services to help with relief veterinary help. This is becoming very popular, and these contracting services can help us and help relieve our shelter veterinarian as well.
I've had a few people that are out looking for a place to rent, apartments to rent, or affordable housing to rent. Are you seeing or hearing from the community issues with those places allowing pets or not allowing pets and having an impact on owner surrenders? Is that a piece of it, or is it a large piece that we need to be a little bit more aware of as we do these partnerships on affordable housing? You don't want to solve one problem and make another one get worse. So.
Exactly. That was a concern for us, especially with the housing crisis and evictions. We have heard some residents coming into the shelter speaking to breed discrimination and other issues with high pet fees at local apartment buildings, at local rentals. And I know it is something that our individual cities, like I know St. Petersburg, St. Pete Paul's, is working very hard on finding more affordable housing and those that accept pets and with lower fees. And it is something certainly in our scope right now, something that we're working on.
Well, keep an eye on that for us,
Yes.
because I think it's important as we move forward on these affordable housing projects that, if things are done the right way, internal houses or internal apartments are constructed the right way, it can accommodate pets easily without diminishing the quality of the apartment. So I think there's ways to do that, so I'd be interested in hearing about that. 24,000 hours of volunteer service is unbelievable. How many folks does that entail generally, would you say?
Generally, every month, we have at least 130 active volunteers on site, and then we have close to 100 foster families working behind the scenes, taking in the kittens that are coming in right now, and medical cases as well. So yeah, we have a very dedicated volunteer team.
Yeah, just a shout out to those folks because,
I agree.
it's easy to sit and talk about it, but those folks are actually doing the work, and
Yes.
really appreciate it. I know a few of them myself, and they love what they're doing, but it does put it puts a lot of stress on their family units as well, but they love what they do. So, well, anyway, keep up the good work. I'm very interested in learning more about our ongoing relationship with SPCA and how we can start to look very closely at some euthanasia practices that are going on. I know some specific instances where dogs could have been placed, the owners surrendered them, and they almost got pushed through the system so fast and euthanized before they could actually place the dog that they were working on. So I just think we need to take a real hard look at that as we continue to define that relationship going forward. But I know I'm going to be meeting with the SPCA folks later this month and look forward to having some good dialogue about that. So thank you.
Thank you,
Appreciate
Commissioner
it.
Eggers. I appreciate your insight.
Commissioner Flowers?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Congratulations, Ms. Singletary, and congratulations, Ms. Jenner, on your interim appointment. On page 3 of the document, bullet number 3, it talks about you filling the vacant positions at a lower rate. I'm assuming that means lower rate of pay?
So what that is when an older employee who's been in the system a long time leaves the system, the new employee that comes in that replaces them comes in at a lower pay rate.
Even if they have prior experience, a certain number of years of experience?
Well, we have guidelines on, they will credit some amount of experience. They look at both internal equity and person's experience. So they have some ability to move within the range. But the concept is if you're at the max of the range, well, the next person coming in isn't going to be at the max of the range.
Correct, I understand that. That may fluctuate the cost savings depending on, so that's what I'm getting at for that one. But our rate of pay is competitive with other forms that provide the same service. Okay. And I did not know, so thank you so much for sharing that. I did not know that you all have the ability to provide shelter, outdoor shelter for pets for people who can't afford that. Is that just for persons in unincorporated, or is that for if anyone is in need, meets whatever guidelines?
Exactly. It's offered to all Pinellas County residents, the doghouse program in particular, as long as they are compliant on licensing and they have an intact fenced-in yard. We're able to provide that doghouse for shelter and improve the quality of life for the dogs.
That's
help
really
the
good. Thank
families.
you. I didn't know that, so I can share that. Some seniors, don't have the outside covering, which
Yes.
is a concern when code enforcement or whatever goes by. And they really love their pets. So thank you. I'll be able to share that information. And then I think Commissioner Eggers may have already asked it, but I was also just a little concerned with the change that will come into effect July 1 regarding the camping in cars or sleeping, and some of those persons have their pets with them. And so if they are now forced to try to find some other way for them to seek shelter, if you have seen, or you probably will see, an increase in numbers of pet surrenders because they won't be able to keep the pets with them in some instances.
Yeah, that sounds like a resource that we need to start researching now to have available, so that these families know where they can go to find a rental with a lower pet fee and accepts pets.
I serve at the appointment by the chair. I serve on the COC committee. And as a matter of fact, their next meeting is solely focused on the new legislation regarding that. I'll send you the date. Don't know if you, because they also have a virtual option, so maybe you want to tune in, just kind of hear what they're talking about, maybe some ideas. and maybe hear from other, because they're representatives from other cities too, to hear what they're talking or what they're thinking about, maybe some of the resources that you have, maybe they don't know that as well. I won't be there because we'll be here at the budget. We have a budget workshop that day, but I'll send that to you, and that you may be a very, very good resource
Thank
to
you.
some of those people.
I appreciate that. I will definitely attend it.
Commissioner Scott?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning. Thanks for being here. Can you just give us a quick update on the TNR program? I think that's what it's called, Trap, Neuter, Release. How's that working, and just, you can speak to that?
Trap, Neuter, Release, we currently have a partnership with Friends of Strays, and so all of the candidates for Trap, Neuter, Release are transferred there. And they actually had a meeting yesterday with Friends of Strays, with Dara and Mary, and they said they are getting very few community complaints regarding the cats that are being returned to the field, and that it's been very successful, and they're doing about 50 surgeries a week right now. And things are certainly increasing as you know, kitten season, as it progresses. They expect that to even increase more. So they're very happy with the program and the relationship that we have, the partnership that we have.
Thanks.
Commissioner Justice?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning.
Good morning.
Talk a little bit about the SBC building and our takeover of that and the use space. Are we taking the entire building? So about how we're using that space, because what we were using in our current facility, obviously this is a lot larger space. So just talk a little bit about space usage.
Sure. So it is going to be a multi-use building. We have space for, we're actually going to be renovating and doing construction to add a medical facility for our current shelter. And the students will continue to lease the building, and they are going to be using the space, the interior space that they were currently using for their certification processes, radiology and surgery as well. And then some of the other training rooms are going to be used for other Pinellas County organizations, like our SunStar team. And of course, I believe will be open to other Pinellas County offices that need that training space as well.
So Commissioner, we did build into the budget the cost of operating the building and the revenue associated with the leases, but that was a deferred cost. Otherwise, we would have been spending money on a medical facility for them. So this was a way of changing and not incurring that capital expense.
Commissioner Eggers?
Yeah, just one last question. I mentioned the comment about the housing situation that people have to turn their animals in. And so you are also providing veterinary services through your mobile unit to like places like HEP. Do you go there?
We actually had it was really a community outreach event. We didn't have the mobile unit there at that time, but we spoke about a future date to bring it there directly to HEP. We attended a veterans event and met some of the leaders there, and we do plan on having a mobile event there.
Okay. Well, I think those kind of services, providing the food and was wonderful in its own right, but it also provides, it lets some other assets in their family units go towards food for the family. So it really serves a couple dual purposes. So I don't know, do they reach out to your department to see if they can be added on or places can be added on to your?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, they reach out directly.
And then you go through a qualifying effort.
Yes, I mean, we will take food to food banks wherever there's a need.
Okay, all right.
And yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate it.
Any other questions, discussion?
Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome. Okay, that looks like we're done with questions for you. Thank you again for all the hard work you do.
Thank you very much, Commissioners.
Okay, next we're going to go to emergency management. Nothing, yeah. Okay, Chris, if you want to make introductions?
Sure. So we have Tony Merrill here from the Office of Management and Budget. First time you've seen her, but you'll see her a number of more times over the next several days. And we have Kathy Perkins and Betsy here from the Emergency Management Office. So welcome, everybody, and I'll turn it over to Tony.
Good morning, Commissioners. I am Tony Merrill with the Office of Management and Budget. I'd like to thank you all for allowing me to present the fiscal year 25 budget for emergency management today. Emergency Management is looking at a 1% increase to their fiscal year 25 budget, which is equivalent to $22,500. On page 1, we're going to look at some of our budget drivers, cost efficiencies, and cost-saving measures that the department has identified. By identifying efficiencies, the department was able to realize cost reductions of $22,500 for their fiscal year 25 budget submission. This amount was also reduced an additional $8,000 based upon the county admin recommendation. Although the department had a federal grant reduction of approximately $52,000 this year, they were still able to do their cost savings for fiscal 25. Personnel services increased by $55,770, which is due to the 3% adjustment of the midpoint of salaries and the Florida retirement increase. The budget also includes the following decreases. Operating decreases $20,420 due to some reductions that were done in operating supplies, communications, and other contractual services. Machinery and equipment decreased by $7,500, and this was due to a one-time purchase of a printer in fiscal year 24 that was not needed again. On page 2, we're going to look at some of the user fees. Emergency Management is requesting the approval to increase 2 user fees associated with the Comprehensive Emergency Management Plan. Both rates are set by the Florida Administration Code. Chris, I'm going to hand it over to you now to talk a little bit about their One CIP project.
Thank you, Tony. And I'm again switching so that I can get, trying to multitask while I'm running the computer here. Yeah, let me see it there.
Yeah, it's right there.
Thank you. So we have been partnering with the school board on hardening school facilities for hurricanes. It comes out of our penny money, and it's been going. We have brought changes to you as that has occurred, and it's going well. If you drive down Gulf to Bay, you'll see it right there at Clearwater High, where my son goes. So shout out to him. But yeah, it's moving along just like it ought to. And I'm going to turn it over now to Kathy and let her talk about accomplishments, work plan, and performance measures.
Good morning, Commissioners. It's my favorite time of year, and not because it's hurricane season, but that I get to come here and talk about the amazing Department of Emergency Management, which consists of 16 incredible, dedicated professionals. This year, we really looked at our special needs registry. Last year, we had 4,500 people on the registry, and as we've seen in the last couple evacuations that we've called, a lot of the people are not taking advantage of the services that we offer to them. So we wanted to make sure that we have the right people on the registry and we keep it updated. We made over 7,300 calls with our partner agencies. We mailed out update letters to those that we could not reach, and we've whittled down the registry to 2,200 people that still need our services. And this was one of our after-action items, too, is making sure that the people that are on the registry understand what they need to do when a storm is coming. So one of the initiatives that we've added this year is doing a mailer out to every single person on the registry for what they can expect when a storm is coming, for those that are transporting themselves or those that we are transporting. And that way we'll make sure that everybody is ready to go if a storm comes. We have continued to do our work with Pinellas County Schools to increase the engagement, including a district-wide teacher in-service day. We did a hurricane supply drive with 20 elementary schools, and these kids were amazing. They helped put together supply kits that we then turned around and gave to some of our local food banks to give out to our families in need. We held a poster competition with 13 middle schools, and through a partnership with the Fairgrounds St. Pete, they gave tickets to all of the kids that participated in both the food drive and the poster competition, and they're actually displaying the posters at their gallery site. We'll also be featuring some of these winning posters in the courthouse display for everyone to see. So my ultimate goal through this and our newspapers and education is to make this like recycling, where emergency preparedness becomes part of a family ritual. And we've heard a lot of teachers express interest in increasing their curriculum development. One of the schools actually in the STEM program, they do a project with their elementary school kids where they actually make hurricane-proof houses and they take a leaf blower to it. So we want to get kids engaged in thinking about that, thinking about careers in emergency management and how they can help make our community stronger as they move on. Jamerson Elementary not only did a kit drive, they also had their 5th graders teach their 1st graders what they needed to have in their hurricane kits. So really phenomenal efforts. Great to see that the future of emergency management will be in good hands as we train more folks up. We have recruited our highest number of shelter staff from county departments. We had 301 shelter workers identified and 59 shelter managers. We're at 89% of fulfillment for all of our disaster assignments. So we've been able to increase those numbers in our work plan, and that's in great thanks to the county administrator for helping to make sure that all of our departments are playing a role in those assignments. We've trained over 349 staff over 10 sessions, and this was an interactive training with 5 different stations. So we walked them through everything from the room utilization at the school sites, how to register folks, decision-making that they'll have to make out there at the schools, filling out all of the paperwork, and then really having them talk through different scenarios. Each staff member learned more about their roles during shelter operations, and we continue to hold monthly shelter manager meetings and provide training on a variety of topics. We've seen a tremendous turnover in the staff and them wanting to work in shelters. We've heard of many success stories. So we have people that want to come back and be shelter managers again because there is a great reward in helping people during that times of need. This year, we've gone out and we're assessing all of our risk shelters with the State Florida Division of Emergency Management because we want to ensure that the sites are still safe to continue to utilize and determine the usable space at each of those locations. And as Chris mentioned, we're continuing with many of our capital projects, and thank you for your support with the penny money so that way we can make sure that we can sustain the spaces that we have and we can also add additional spaces. Right now, we're at 90% of our spaces that we've identified that we need. Once these mitigation projects are completed, we'll be at 96%. So we're making tremendous strides in that. And we actually had 2 shelters come off the list this year, SPC Midtown, because they've changed a lot of their rooms to computer labs. It's no longer feasible to use them. And Bowder Elementary, it was determined that the roof is not good for us to continue to use that as a shelter. So despite those cuts, all the work that we're doing, it continues to make a difference. We have completed the kitchen at Lealman Exchange, which not only will benefit the community year-round, but we'll be able to utilize that when we use that site as a step-down shelter. The work at Clearwater High has been completed. We're just waiting on some final testing of the generators. So we'll be incorporating that into our planning and really looking at that for our special needs and our medical needs folks out there in the community. We're also met with the architects that are designing the Palm Harbor Recreation Center to talk about how we can utilize that space as a risk shelter as we move forward. So we're looking for every opportunity to take advantage of new spaces being built and existing spaces that are out there. This year, we continue to work with our at-risk communities, and based on lessons learned from some of our communities to the south, both Monroe County and Lee County, we wanted to create a Mariners campaign. We're seeing more and more people live aboard boats. We heard tragic stories during Hurricane Ian of people who chose to ride out the storm in their boats, and some of them unfortunately did not survive that. So we partnered with the U.S. Coast Guard Auxiliary for distribution to marinas during National Safe Boating Week, and we've seen an uptick of news media being very interested in these stories. The city of Gulfport went out and took all the brochures to the residents in their mooring field. So continuing to make sure that not only the people that live on the boats, but that own boats know what they need to do for safety. We have the second highest vessel registration here in the state of Florida. We have 54,000 vessels here in Pinellas County. Lee County is the third highest. So they had lost 7,000 vessels during Hurricane Ian. So we want to make sure that we're addressing that in many ways as possible. In addition to the work with the mariners, we are also continuing our work with the hearing impaired and deaf community. This year we'll have our third annual Deaf Fest held in August, continuing to reach that community, and we're also continuing to work with our blind and limited vision populations. We've coordinated and attended over 200 planning meetings with about 300 different partner agencies, including our municipalities, voluntary organizations, medical facilities, dialysis providers, schools, state and regional agencies, National Hurricane Center, the National Weather Service, and the U.S. Coast Guard. And we actually had a meeting with Publix even just to talk about how to utilize their parking lots as open spaces for as many different options as possible. We held our first ever faith-based summit this year, and these partners continue to be the ones that step up to help our community, not only during disasters, but year-round. And they are very trusted partners in the community, so we continue to work with them in the commitment to provide assistance. This year, and it may be due to the increased predictions for storms coming, we've seen a huge uptick in the people attending expos across all of our communities. This past weekend, we held our expo in Tarpon Springs, and we estimate that we had 750 people come out for that event. We did 769 zone lookups on that day alone. We had 200 people sign up for Alert Pinellas, and that's just in one day alone. So continuing to work with all of our partners and jurisdictions as they're helping to be the force multipliers and get this preparedness information out. Last year, we branded our website with a much easier catchphrase. It's disaster.pinellas.gov. If you hear me talk, you'll hear me say that like 6 times. And we had 185,000 hits to that website in August when Idalia impacted us. So it's an easy site for people to remember, and people are going that. We're making that our one-stop shop. It is great because you can go there for blue sky information, and then we update it as we get into an event with all of the updated information, all the press releases, what shelters are open, what steps people need to take. We have links to all of our boater information, the new sandbag operations information, and Communications also did an excellent video on evacuations, and they actually have 911 calls from Hurricane Idalia from families who did not evacuate, that were in the evacuation zone, and sharing their stories of how scary it is and how we need to implore that people move when we issue those orders. This year, this fiscal year, as of June 1st, we've reached almost 8,500 residents through our outreach efforts. Last year in fiscal year 23, for the entire year, it was 10,000 people, so we already set to outdo our numbers from last year. We've cross-trained not only our internal personnel, but also personnel from other entities, including the Housing Authority employees, they are then going to turn around and share preparedness information with their residents. As I mentioned, we've met with all of our municipal partners to hear from them directly about their concerns and how we can continue to improve our communications and coordination with them. One of the positions that you let us make from a part-time to a full-time position was our hazardous materials position, and this person is responsible for visiting all of our hazardous material sites out in the community. And through that position, we're working much more closely with our local fire departments, sharing data that we have collected, doing joint visits along with them, and working to get that data into a CAD system. So when they get a 911 call to go out to a facility, they can look and see what is at those facilities. So we want to make sure that everybody's got the latest and greatest information. In terms of efficiencies and us looking to increase revenues, we've been doing a lot of work with our healthcare facilities. We have 303 healthcare facilities that we are responsible for reviewing their comprehensive emergency management plans annually. And so we are adding in the new Acela program. That will help us streamline the administration of this program, also help us accept credit card payments and better track the information, and then be able to get all of this into our GIS mapping applications as well as we continue to do our analysis for where they're going to shelter and their transportation providers. This has been a tough couple of years for many of these facilities. We've seen an incredible turnover in their administrative staff, so really important that we engage with them frequently. We had one facility that changed administration 3 times in just the last year alone. With our increased efforts in meeting with those facilities, we've already seen a 3% uptick in our revenue from them this year. We've met with over 60 representatives from hospitals, nursing homes that have over 120 beds. We've also met with our dialysis providers, and we've prepared surge maps for each one of them to show what their risk is for each level of storm and discuss our decision-making process with them as we continue to look at the evacuations and how we can better and best work with them. We've been working across all of our departments internally through our emergency management coordinator liaisons. We've created an outreach exchange where we're working with the other outreach representatives from departments, including 911, Animal Service, Human Services, Consumer Protection, Utilities, Floodplain, Public Works, Mosquito Control, and Solid Waste. As you can see, emergency management bleeds over into every single department. Whether they like it or not, everybody in the community is an emergency manager. We have also started a community emergency response team known as CERT Leadership Group to coordinate all activities and trainings happening across the county. We have CERT programs in Seminole, Eastlake, Gulfport, Lealman, and Pinellas Suncoast, and we're looking to add more. We've been working in South St. Pete with one of their community groups to get their folks trained up, and we trained 10 new members this year to the over 300 plus CERT members that are already in the community. We have seen a 25% increase in the number of training classes that we are providing and the personnel that are coming. We've conducted communications exercises, disaster housing workshops, and we're doing a kickoff of our updating our post-disaster redevelopment plan. We continue to engage and support our counterparts across the state to assist them after their disasters and also learn from their experiences. We're working on a roadmap to recovery to lay out how we navigate the plethora of resources and funding that becomes available after these events occur. And we're currently working with our municipalities on mapping out an interim housing plan. So as we move from our risk shelters to our step-down shelters, then where do folks go if their homes have been destroyed? As you heard the sheriff talk about yesterday, we're coordinating on mass casualty response with family reunification and family assistance centers. And the engagement and support from the sheriff's office has increased our capabilities to respond to incidents in a much more efficient and effective manner. I could not be more proud and honored to work with the team of 15 dedicated professionals in my department. They are creative, resourceful, and innovative in their approach to grow and streamline processes, implement new technologies, and foster partnerships to really promote preparedness, response, recovery, and mitigation measures for our community.
Wow. You have an incredible staff. There's no question about it. Wow. Commissioner Eggers, I think you have a question.
Yeah, well, first of all, thank you, Kathy, and to your group. Every time this time of the year comes, since you've been with us, your experience, the education that you put out there, the partnerships that you create, the folks that you have in your staff, I just feel much better having you at the helm of our emergency group. So thank you for that. You bring just a ton of experience yourself, but you gain you've taken it to another level since you've been here. And I appreciate that, and I know our residents do. If you could just speak, like if we had a large storm and we were doing these special needs shelters, it seems to me that when we were having some issues getting people back to school and then people ultimately back to their work, it was all because we were having our special needs shelters in our schools. How are we doing? You mentioned a couple step-down shelters. How are we doing in terms of getting away from that so that we can get people back to school and work quicker? How are we doing?
So for the step-down shelters, we've actually increased the number that we have, and we always look to try to identify ones that have backup generators. So if there's still wide power outages, we can move those special needs folks into those step-down shelter locations. It's been a high priority for us. We work very closely with the school board and PSDA to help get people transported back in, making sure that the special needs people, make sure that their homes are safe for them to go back and that they do have power restored. Last year for Hurricane Idalia, I think we opened Tuesday night. We said we were going to open the shelter. Shelters were open Wednesday. By Thursday, the kids were back in school. So we've made a huge commitment to the school board to really look at how we transition that, and we continue to work with our municipal entities to identify locations.
Yeah, so I mean, I really wanted to speak to that because that obviously was a real pinch point before. So the sooner we obviously can do that, the better. Appreciate that. Let's see, I was going to ask you about the reunification facility that I said to Barry yesterday. I said, well, that came out of left field. I mean, it's certainly something we need, and I'm supporting it for sure, but it was like, wow. So I'm glad that that conversation with 250 people in our county is going on and that we've made good progress. Your thoughts on that concept of a mobile versus a stationary reunification center? Just a brief.
I think a mobile response is brilliant. You know, to your questions and to your point yesterday, we could have an incident that happens anywhere in the county. The last thing you want to do is to be able to be taking people that have just experienced a catastrophic and traumatizing event and be shuttling them all over the county. You know, with the sheriff's plan, he'll be able to set up something right there as close to the location, bring the services to them. We'll be able to bring the family members in, reunify people, and really start that process of healing, you know, and making sure that, you know, as people may have scattered to hospitals, you know, how are we making sure that we're doing all of that? It was very difficult for us, if you remember during COVID, trying to get fixed locations for vaccine and testing. And the beautiful part of the package that he put together is this could be used for many different things. We could even use that as a step-down shelter if we need to. You know, we could use it for so many different applications. And I think the ability, you know, we don't have a lot of open space here in the county, you know, so whether we find a Publix parking lot through that new relationship and discussion, or like the sheriff said, we take a big area of road that we have and we cordon that off and secure it so we can use it. I think it's a great approach.
Okay, well, thank you, appreciate it. Again, thank your folks from all of us. Appreciate the work.
Thank you.
And Commissioner Justice.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, really don't have many questions, just every year that we've been, that I've been here and we've heard this presentation, it seems that you've mentioned it, foster partnerships. You've got a new partnership with, as we learn, what was a gap, and you go out and figure out how do we address that gap next year. So one, I just want to thank you all for the incredible work you do, and I do a lot of speeches to Rotary clubs and those type, and I do kind of a County 101, and we talk about public safety, but I also mention your department specifically, and we talk about COVID and lessons learned and things. And what's as we went through last year and preparing for Ian and Adalia, what gaps have we seen and what gaps are we addressing? And do we still have a gap out there that we're working on this year?
There's always going to be a gap, Commissioner. Unfortunately, we know that we have a certain percentage, and this is shown by social science too, like there's 25% of the population that no matter what we tell them, they're not going to evacuate. And that's a huge concern for me. So some of the things that we've started working on is, you know, heaven forbid we lose some of our bridges. So how could we construct a temporary bridge? How could we set up barge operations? And that's going to take coordination between Hillsborough County and us, you know. So when we met with the Coast Guard, we were talking about that. And as we were out, I had a number of folks that went to the hurricane conference this year. You know, we always take a lot of notes on what have other communities learned, what have they done, and really talking with all the vendors that are out there. We've seen a lot of new products come out. This year we're going to have 2 permanent Starlinks mounted on both the Emergency Operations Center and the ERB, and that will power up every single voice over internet phone in the county network. So instead of us just having 24 red phones every 3rd station in the EOC, every single phone, not only in the EOC, but in any county building, will be able to be powered up, so we won't be as reliant upon individual satellite phones. So, you know, and the decision packages you did a few years ago with the communications products, we've actually deployed those out to other communities. Clayton 2 years ago down in Hardy County got their EOC back up and running with one of the satellite portable units that you helped fund. We are the envy of many other communities because we are constantly looking at what has happened in other communities and how can we do it better. We know here in Pinellas, we're going to have some very distinct challenges with disaster housing. 80% of our hotels are in the A zone evacuation. So we don't even know if they're going to be standing or viable post-storm. We don't have a lot of open space. We know that, we're the most densely populated. We've got very small lots that people have their houses on. So will they even be able to put a travel trailer into their front yard? We know that there's restrictions from FEMA. So we want to make sure that we're kind of walking through that process to look at what kind of disaster housing solutions will work within each of our communities that may have unique challenges. There's probably a million gaps that I could tell you.
No, I don't want to hear a million gaps. I want to sleep tonight.
Yeah. But Lourdes always says to me, I have to look back and look at all the accomplishments that we've done. And, we have done a lot. It's just by nature to always worry and to find the cracks and to look for the additional stuff that we have to do. But I have to say, I think, over the last 5.5 years that I've been here, the networking, the partnerships have really been incredible. In this year at our Tarpon Springs event, we had people come up to say, this was great. I've lived here my whole life and I never really paid attention. I got so much out of today, so I think we are making great strides. I just need everybody to, I'm going to tell you the 3 things, right? So know your risk, make a plan, and stay informed. And if we can get everybody across the community to do that, that's really going to help us.
When we had during COVID and we needed to find spots, we used an abandoned grocery stores, I think, on East Bay for one of the vaccination sites. Are we keeping kind of a running list of, and we don't have as many of those big box stores vacant anymore that we did a few years ago, but do we have a list of some of those for potentials?
Yep, we work with our real estate management group, and actually when we met with the Publix guy, he mentioned they have their own real estate group. We encourage all of our municipalities to work with their realtors. So, and it's funny because I think me and my staff, every time we drive around, anytime we see a building that's for lease or vacant, we're like, ooh, what evacuation zone is that? Oh, how big is that? So we're always trying to keep our eyes open for anything that we can,
And then
vacant lots or buildings.
Last thing is, and you kind of brought up a little bit, was you were talking about the hotels, but we talked last year about working with DOEA as far as the policies for nursing homes and senior care facilities about when they would order the evacuations versus when we order evacuations. Any progress or change on that?
So we actually met with the association that represents them. I think what was a little worrisome to me is that they think that they'll be able to evacuate them within 12 hours before a storm comes. The concern for me is we get up to, it's over 130 facilities that have to evacuate when we get to a Category 5 storm. And we're all competing for the same transportation resources. We wanted to do that analysis for the nursing homes and where they're going. Because when they write some of their plans, if they're just looking at if they have a building fire, they can have their pick of where they go. But when we get to the Category 5 storm, now we have much smaller geographic areas where they can go to, and they can only receive so many people. So that is a huge challenge. We continue to work with them. We have a lot of them are hospitals and some of our other healthcare facilities that are very proactive. They don't necessarily wait for the evacuation order for us. And that's part of the reason we wanted to show them all what their risk is for each storm. I need them to really look at that. And we'll continue this dialogue with the county administrator when we're doing those evacuation orders.
And I think that you're going to see a different way in which we order mandatory evacuations. So we had some assisted living facilities that they wanted to follow, and we said you got to get out ahead, but we want to wait to do the mandatory evacuation until kids get off the bus and are back home, and then we can switch the schools. But they couldn't do it unless there was a mandatory evacuation order in place because of their corporate headquarters. And so I think there's ways that we can do our orders that start that process because they have a longer lead to do clearance times. And so there's some things like that I think that we can refine as we approach future storms.
And I think that's maybe something we should share with our legislators as far as how they can write some of those into state law to allow for some of that flexibility with the individual facility.
Yeah, and the challenge you have, Commissioner, is when other counties have evacuated ahead of us, and I think this happened during Irma, is that a number of our facilities here became receiving facilities for other counties. And the storm comes around here, so now they're scrambling to not only move their patients, but also patients that they have received. So it's a very difficult thing. You know, I think we're very committed to, if we don't have to evacuate them, we don't want to because we know there can be transfer trauma. But we want to make sure that we're getting people out of harm's way.
Commissioner Long.
Thank you so much for your, I always find it quite fascinating. And the concern that I worry a lot about is when we have a storm coming. We have major hospitals right here in our county that are right on the water. If they're not on the water, they are definitely in a major flood zone. So where are they on the list of your attention or your concern in the event of an oncoming storm? Because we are all going to be relying on those hospitals for care and probably shelter in some cases.
So there's 10 of our 17 hospitals that could have to evacuate through a Category 5 storm. And we meet with them annually. We went out and met with Advent North just to talk to them specifically. You know, they have a new emergency room that's a Cat 5 building, but they're still in a surge zone. You know, I don't want them to become a shelter for the general population, right? So, you know, we need to keep those medical facilities for those medical needs. So they're very high on our list. We're actually hosting the Healthcare and Hazards Symposium this month with our, gosh, I'm forgetting the name of it, our regional healthcare planning group, to make sure that, you know, we continue that dialogue and the lessons learned. So we saw a number of hospitals. There was one hospital in Charlotte County that didn't have to evacuate during the storm, but after the storm, they had significant flooding within their facility. And one of the things that they didn't think about is their parking lot where their employees parked, that got flooded by storm surge. So imagine you're working in a hospital, right? You're doing emergency work, and then you're looking out the window seeing your car get washed away. So, you know, we've got to look at all these things, and we work very close with them. I think, you know, we've done a lot of work with the VA over the last couple of years. They have become excellent at their evacuation planning. And like I said, a number of these facilities aren't just waiting for us to call the evacuation. They're really taking this seriously. They're looking at what their clearance time is and what they need to do.
Thank you.
Okay, any more questions or discussion? Thank you so much. It's always a pleasure to have you here, and you just do amazing work, you and your team. It's incredible, and we
Thank
just
you.
really appreciate you.
Thank you. I look forward to talking to you next week about all the other great stuff that the county's doing to prepare for hurricane season.
Okay, so our tax collector is not here yet, so
Scheduled.
I think we could go to agenda review right now.
Wanna do agenda
And
review?
get that done, and then maybe we'll break for lunch after.
Okay.
Okay?
Yep. Okay, this one's going to be rough. I haven't reviewed this agenda in several weeks, so. All right, everybody ready for agenda review? Okay, we have several presentations. Have Youth Advisory Committee presentation, Pride Month proclamation, Juneteenth proclamation, National Mosquito Control Awareness Week proclamation, and a partner presentation from Kathy Perkins. So, citizens be heard. Over to public hearings. Have a countywide map amendment from residential low medium to retail services. It's 1.7 acres. Forward Pinellas and Planners Advisory unanimously supported. You have item number 8 is a countywide map amendment from public, semi-public to employment, 1.5 acres. Property owner is relocating and intends to develop the site with 20,000 square foot for office and light manufacturing use. Again, unanimously recommended. We have a lot of these. Petition of a land trust to vacate a portion of Park Boulevard, 100-foot road petition. It's a 35 wide portion of the right-of-way. County staff has no objection. Item number 10 is a request for a future land use map amendment from residential low to commercial general, 0.15 acres. It's in the Lellman Community Redevelopment Area. Applicant is taking the property from a single family to an office to support an adjacent business. Item 11 is a request for a zoning change from R4 to general commercial. Again, 0.15 acres. This is the companion piece. Item 12, request for a zoning change from limited office to single family. Again, in Lellman. This is, I can't announce the applicant's name, but the zoning change from okay, so let's see, there's planning recommended 5-0. No one appeared in opposition. Consent agenda, you got miscellaneous items received for filings. Item 24 is declaring surplus, authorizing sale of equipment. Items are listed within your packet. 25 is receipt and filing. 26 is a plat for 3-lot subdivision. Item 27 is an award of bid for traffic pavement marking material. It's a Tampa Bay area cooperative contract. Item 28 is ranking of firms with McKim and Creed for Pinellas Park Interceptor Collector System. $2.7 million. On to the regular agenda. Any questions so far? No? On Third Amendment to an agreement with Pro Energy for gasoline and diesel fuel delivery services. Item 31, Second Amendment to an agreement with Avcon for a new Airco taxiway as professional engineering services. (32) is the MSTU for an MSTU for Palm Harbor Little League. It's a sunshade project over at Sunderman. Item 33 is a resolution approving an updated list for code inspector job titles. This is a Florida statute requirement that we identify those.
Mary, Madam Chair. Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm a little bit behind. You're going pretty fast. So I was back to number 30 and looking at gas prices.
Okay.
So the Second Amendment in 23 was approved for rising gas prices, 5.8 million. And the Third Amendment was an increase as well. Was that for increasing gas prices also?
Do you know the answer to that, Chris? Oh, Joe's here. Here we go.
I certainly remember those prices increasing before, but not so much now. So I'm just curious what was.
I think it's the morning. Hi, good morning. Joe Lauro from Administrative Services. This amendment, Commissioner, is simply just to increase our contract to match our budget. The contract, because of the expenditures over the years, is lower than it should be. We have the money budgetarily, so we're just increasing the contract to match our budget. Thank you. Sure. Excuse me.
Item 34 are 6 applications for the Penny for Pinellas Employment Sites Program. So these are good projects. I think you were briefed individually on these. Happy to entertain any questions. If you weren't, let me know, and we can certainly make that happen. Item 35 is transfer of funds between us and Workforce or Career Source. This is $1 million that's being transferred, and it was dedicated for Pinellas Workforce Services. And so this was previously identified, and so this is the transfer to make sure those funds stay with us as part of the merger.
Commissioner Flowers.
If I may, the funds that he's talking about, they come from the sale of the Science Center. When we sold that was about $3.75 million. So this is the $1 million of where that comes from. We want to make sure that our residents had an opportunity to take advantage and use those resources for that.
And I know, Commissioners, a couple of you had inquired about, those funds, and Cynthia's looking at some of that history. 36 is the opioid abatement funding priority list for submission to Florida Department of Children's Services. Item 37 is the opioid abatement funding priority list. So let's see. So one is, I take it, our funds, and one is the regional funds. Yeah, is that right? Yeah.
You know, I do have a question, because I don't know that we were ever told what our settlement was. I knew what the city-county was, but I never knew what ours was.
I'll let Lourdes speak to that.
And if you don't have that, you could just send it to us. Yeah, if you could send that to us, that would be nice. I don't think we ever were given a total of what we get. And I know on the state one, or on the county, city one, we did, but not on just the county. So I would just send that out would be great. Thanks.
Item 30, question? Oh, okay. 38 is an interlocal agreement. This is with the 6th Judicial Court. This is for county-funded court employees. This is a continuation. Item 39 are changes with the healthcare for homeless bylaws. So I think they're reducing the quorum from 51% to a simple majority. Item 40 is water quality improvement grant application. This was for Philippi Park wastewater collection system improvements. '41 is a road transfer. This was with Safety Harbor for certain roadway segments.
Does that include Main Street? No.
42 is a contract for sale and purchase with Tarpon Springs Yacht Club. This is having to do with the Beckett Bridge project. '43 is an agreement with City of Madeira Beach for providing advanced funding towards construction of a new medical services station. This is a long-awaited Redington Beach station that we've been working for. We're working with Madeira Beach for them to actually build this. '44 is change order number 1. It's agreement with Archer Western Construction for our job order contracting. We've had this for a long time. This is a change order for specific projects, but this has having to do with our wastewater treatment water facilities. '45 is renewal of certificates. This is for wheelchair transport.
46, I'm happy to report we're going to be pulling this. We've been advised by our code enforcement department that this property owner has come into compliance, and they're working to apply for a lien reduction on the property. So things are moving forward in a good way on that. Item number 47 is a resolution to put a school board's proposed referendum question to a vote of the electors in accordance with the school board's referendum.
Is this just kind of a ministerial function for us?
Yes, sir. The statute states that if they pass by resolution, they'll direct the county to put it on the referendum, put the referendum question on the ballot. It's an odd function of state law, but it's there.
Same with the CRC that's coming. We have to do that as well.
Yes. That's probably a fair analogy, yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Although I think that's charter. But at any rate.
Yeah, thanks.
And then I don't know whether Jewel's going to have county attorney reports or not when she returns.
I will have county administrators report. Item 50 are appointments to Emergency Medical Services Advisory Council, and 51 are to the Medical Control Board. That's the agenda.
We'll take a 30-minute lunch, you think?
Okay.
And tax collector is expected when?
What time? Oh, he's not expected till 2:30, so we can
So we can do the utilities and community
utilities,
development.
housing, community development, And if
Okay.
Public Works is here, we can do
So
them.
we'll do a 30-minute lunch, return at noon.
Okay.
And then we'll do the other utilities and so forth, and then wait on the tax collector.
Sounds good.
Okay. Chris?
Tax collector looks like he'll make it at 1:30 now. So-
1:30, perfect. All right, wonderful.
Okay.
So we'll see you all back at noon. So we want to resume our meeting. And if you go to tomorrow's agenda, we'll start with utilities. We're going to push that up to today.
Jeremy's on his way up. And so, Commissioners, you'll have to fast forward to tomorrow under Granicus to open up that agenda item. It's under the Friday's agenda.
And Commissioners, we're going to have two analysts presenting. So I have Shane Kunze on my left and James Lewis on my right. Actually, it's the other way around. For your left, right? And Jeremy Waugh and Linda Benoit from Utilities. So we're going to start off with Shane with the operating budget. James will do the capital budget. Remember, this is one of our enterprise funds, so those have the capital built in. Thank you. So Shane, the floor is yours.
Thank you, sir. Good morning, honorable members of the board. My name is Shane Kunze, and I am an operating analyst here with the Office of Management and Budget. And today we are going to be talking about the utilities, capital, and operating budgets, as Chris mentioned. To start off with, we are going to move forward a couple pages in the packet that you have to page 3. And we're going to start off with the efficiencies and cost-saving measures for the department. In FY25, there was approximately $1.7 million identified in efficiencies and cost savings, and in FY24, $82,000. Moving along to our topics for discussion at the bottom of page 3. The first thing we want to talk to you about today is the Tampa Bay water budget for FY25, which was recently approved. As proposed, the budget that is included in front of you had $1.6 million in increases for water purchases. Based on the recent approval of the Tampa Bay water budget, though, we are looking at an additional $740,000 on top of that. So we're looking in the ballpark of $2.4 million total in increases. At the time of submitting this packet to you, you'll notice it does say $900,000 on that sheet. That was old information. The number actually did come down between submission and today. So 740 is the additional increase. Moving on to our next topic for discussion. The department also created 3 new programs this year, and that was done to help improve communications on what they are doing internally and to shed light on transparency of their operations. Moving to page 4, at the very top, we're going to begin with our budget drivers. Utilities is currently supported by 8 funds, and they include the American Rescue Plan Act, the Solid Waste Revenue and Operating Fund, the Water Revenue and Operating Fund, which I will be talking about today from an operating perspective. Then we have our Water Renewal and Replacement Fund, which falls under our CIP. Water Impact Fee, which you will see, as we will discuss later, is going to be retired for FY25. Our Sewer Revenue and Operating Fund, which falls again under operating. And then our Sewer Renewal and Replacement Fund, which is, again, for CIP. And then finally, our Sewer Interest and Sinking Fund. So excluding reserves and transfers to other funds, the total FY25 budget increases by $49.6 million to $338.3 million. And this is primarily due to increases in both the American Rescue Plan Fund and the Sewer Replacement and Renewal Fund, both of which are capital-related projects. Excluding transfers from other funds, the FY25 budget for revenue is increasing by $19.1 million to $235.2 in FY25, and this is primarily due to increases in water wholesale and retail sales, sewer service charges, and grants. And I do want to just mention, if you all remember, we recently had a budget amendment where we increased the expenditures this year for the town of Bel Air, so that is also included in this increase for the new year. Transfers from other funds is going to be increasing by $39.6 million to $93.8. This is due to, again, CIP projects, which you're going to hear more about from James. And moving right along, we're going to talk here on the bottom of page 4. Your personal services for utilities is going to be increasing by $1.1 million. This is primarily attributed to the pay adjustment and increases to the Florida retirement system, and they are going to remain flat at 438.9 full-time employees. So no changes there to staffing numbers. Overall, the operating expenses are decreasing by $70,150 to $111.9 million. So that's a very small adjustment on a very large budget. There's a lot going on in the numbers that you'll see. Also in the attachments I provided, there's reprioritization between the sewer and water funds, and also them working diligently to try and remain flat for the fiscal year, for the new fiscal year. Some examples that we've already highlighted is the $2.4 million increase for regional water, which in your packet still says 1.6. Additionally, water and sewer are increasing due to market conditions and price volatility. A notable decrease of 3.8 was also found in this budget, and that was due to adjustments in consulting needs for the new fiscal year. Finally, our capital outlay is increasing by $48.7 million to $166.3 million. This is mainly due to those CIP projects that James will discuss, but I do want to take a moment to highlight some of the changes from an operating capital outlay perspective, and those are decreases for vehicle and heavy equipment expenses in FY25, and this is due to reduced need. Moving to page 5, in the center there is our summary of proposed changes for user fees for FY25. There is only one proposed user fee change, and it is an increase of $2.50 to that fee, and we are estimating approximately $3,000 in additional new revenue for that fee. At this time, that concludes the operating portion of this presentation. I'm now going to pass it on to my counterpart, James Lewis.
Thank you, Shane. Good afternoon, Chair Peters and Commissioners. I'm James Lewis, Office of Management and Budget. So on the middle of page 5, we have the Capital Improvement Plan report for utilities. And you'll see right at the top that the FY25 through 36-year capital improvement plan for utilities is supported by 3 funds, as Shane mentioned: the sewer renewal and replacement, water renewal and replacement, and the American Rescue Plan, a portion of the ARPA fund. The 6-year plan is increasing over the adopted FY24 through 29 capital improvement plan. Overall, that's driven by increases in the sewer fund. A large part of that is due to budgeting previously unbudgeted construction dollars. And we'll return to that later on. I'll explain a little more what that means. We actually see a decrease in the water fund over the 6-year plan, about $14 million. And there's also a decrease in the ARPA fund, the portion of the ARPA fund supporting utilities projects, due to the dollars that have already been spent, about $5.5 million. That's a fixed allocation that utilities receive for 4 projects. They've already spent some of that. The remainder of the allocation is represented in the budget. Speaking of ARPA, I do want to give you some details on the ARPA projects that utilities has. 2 projects at the South Cross Bayou Advanced Water Reclamation Facility for the dewatering building and the denitrification filter improvements are under construction. We've actually been out from OMB to look at the construction there. They are on schedule to spend all of the ARPA allocation by the December 31st, 2026 deadline. The septic to sewer project, we are proposing that the ARPA funds from that project be reallocated to the Manufactured Home Communities Wastewater Collection System Improvements Project. The septic to sewer project was a little behind schedule in design, determined that it was not likely to meet the December 31st, 2024 obligation deadline, and so those funds have been requested for reallocation. The Manufactured Home Communities project is on the streets, advertised for construction contracts. There's 3 packages that should receive bids by the end of this month. And just to clarify, the septic to sewer project has not been canceled. It's still an active project in utilities. They still have a $10 million Florida Department of Environmental Protection water quality grant that does have a matching requirement. $2.5 million of that has been satisfied by the ARPA funds that were spent in design. And the department is continually working to identify an additional $7.5 million in funding to fulfill that matching requirement. So we'll move on to looking at FY25, and just a reminder, in the capital plan, the first year is the only year that's actually adopted for allocation, so FY25. The requested appropriations across all those 3 funds are increasing by about $49.4 million, which is 42.8% increase over the adopted FY24 budget. This is also about 125 million more than the expenditure average over the previous 6 years. So we're seeing a big ramp up in capital projects for utilities. Some more details and some charts are available for you on page 117 through 119 in your packet. You can look at the average expenditure in the past 6 years compared to the adopted 24 through 29 plan and the requested 25 through 30 plan. I'll also point out that the ARPA funding is front-loaded into FY25. We do that so that we can obligate all of those funds before the deadline at the end of this calendar year. There's about $39 million that's in the FY25 budget from ARPA. That will not all be spent in FY25. About half of that should be spent. The second half should be spent in FY26. So we will, as we do the FY26 budget, adjust that.
Commissioners, this is what I was telling you about yesterday, is we're making sure that we've got the flexibility to meet all the contracting requirements for this December. So in the utilities, in all other ARPA contracts, we've made sure that the funding is in place for next fiscal year so that we don't run into any issues. But the total project cost does not change. It's just which year that funding, that expenditure will occur in.
The other thing I want to add, because James has really been on this with the departments, there's really a capacity issue of delivering projects. And, James wanted to cut their budget by a significant amount because of their ability to deliver. Jeremy's going to talk that, and I want Jeremy to speak to the way he's looking at his engineering group and contracting for services to be able to get projects done. That's a major piece. You've agreed, you've funded, you've supported these projects that will eliminate SSOs, breaks, and all the other, reasons why we need to do these projects. But it's really capacity to deliver. And there's a lot of reasons by that, and I want Jeremy to speak to it. But
yeah, thank you, Chris and Barry. So I'll move you on to the top of page 6 in your packet, and we have a couple bullets there that are kind of forward-looking, and what we're conveying here is that in both the sewer and water renewal replacement funds, those funds are balanced. Required reserves are met through FY26, so the next 2 fiscal years. In FY27, we begin to see a need for additional revenue or some reductions in the capital plan. And we will continue to monitor the 6-year plan. We'll continue to monitor the forecasts. They're updated regularly. And the need and the timing for that additional revenue is really dependent upon actual expenditures. So kind of as Barry was indicating, if we spend the full budget, then this holds true. But we'll continue to update it as we get actual expenditures, actual revenues, and operating expenditures all affect that. The next section in your packet is the increased funding request. And so these are something we use on the capital improvement side to identify projects that are increasing by both $250,000 and 15% for the project's budget over the current FY24 to 29 plan to the requested 25 through 30 plan. So these requests represent about $181 million in increases over the previous plan. This is largely driven, again, by the budgeting of previously unbudgeted construction dollars. That's about $74 million, so almost half of the increases over these projects. Basically, what that means is we have 2 projects in utilities capital improvement plan that the budget did not reflect either the total cost or the construction cost of the projects. One of those is the triple RF, the Regional Resource Recovery Facility. Was in the very early stages the last few years. They're beginning to move towards design now and have a better idea of what the construction costs would be. So we have included those dollars in the FY25 through 30 plan. The other project is the Manufactured Home Communities project. Because that project is entirely grant funded from ARPA, Restore, and Resilient, all that was included in the current plan was the grant funding that had already been secured and executed by the granting agency and by you, the board. We've now included the additional construction costs to complete the project as anticipated or future grant dollars. We have not secured the grant dollars, but they're represented in the budget so we can see the full cost of the project. So that's driving a lot of the increase this year. Last year we had, I believe it was 42 of these additional increased funding requests. This year it's only 20. Last year was a lot of current day pricing, a lot of inflation. This year, it's only about $17 million due to that current day pricing and inflation. So we've kind of got everything caught up on the inflationary side. Still a few projects that we're lagging behind on their material cost. There's also a lot of increase from extending the project's allocation through the end of the forecast. So in capital, we actually in our budgeting systems look through 12 years, a lot more than the 6 years that are in the 6-year capital plan. And on some of the, we call them program projects, which are projects we have set up to hold funding for some smaller related projects, we've extended the funding all the way through that 12-year period as opposed to just the 6 years. So it's really a lot more procedural increases in recognizing those construction dollars, extending things all the way through our forecast that are included in here, rather than some reactionary increases that we saw last year. In our analysis, we did look at, the markets and inflation costs, cost of materials. We looked at the producer price index, which is maintained by the U.S. Bureau of Labor and Statistics. We also looked at engineering estimates from county staff and from our design consultants, and bid tabulations from bids that we've received on many different projects. We are still seeing some rising costs on some materials. For example, pumps and compressors that are used a lot in utilities are still increasing 6.6% from January 23 to January 24, and 34.7% from January 21. So a little bit of a slowdown. I've actually seen some materials decrease. So PVC water pipe, for example, has decreased about 8.2% from January 23 to January 24, but it's still an increase of 54.3% from January of 21. Essentially, we're seeing things kind of balance out, but not entirely done yet. We did provide you some of the notable project increases. 2 of those are the triple RF and the mobile home communities that I already mentioned to you. We've also got the pump station rehab program project, which is a continuing project to upgrade the pump stations used in the sewer system. And we also highlighted the Chestnut Park Aquifer Storage and Recovery System project that is going on for North County Reclaimed Water Supply. The final section here at the bottom of page 6 is new projects that are being requested for FY25 and the FY25 through 30 plan. You can see the entire additional funding request and new project report in your packet a little further back on page 87, if you'd like to look at the details on all of that, including our analysis. Included in these new projects are some joint project agreements with some of the cities, Town of Bel Air, I believe the City of Madeira Beach. We also have remote telemetry unit upgrades, which are some SCADA, supervisory control and data acquisition components at the pump stations. That new project is about $16 million, but it is offset by about $5 million that were already contained in a program project. So when we analyzed the budget request this year, we noticed that project was really growing in cost and needed to be singled out on its own. So that $5 million came out of that project and is included here. We also have the water main replacement at Tierra Verde. That's a pretty urgent project. There's a leak in one of the water mains that's subaqueous under the channel out there. We've actually already provided some funding for them to begin design this year so that they will be able to go into construction next year and get that fixed as soon as possible. Additionally, we have some bridge improvements. So these are projects that are worked on by both Public Works and Utilities in conjunction. As Public Works is doing bridge projects, Utilities has to move and replace and realign some of their utility pipes. The final new project I want to point out to you is the Logan Laboratories Building Hardening and Improvements Project. There was an existing Logan Laboratories improvement project that would have built some new lab space, converted lab space to office space, and moved, I think, the water quality team out of the Logan pump station building that is in a state of disrepair into some new office space. We had $11.8 million in the current 24 through 29 plan for that project. We received bids back in February, I believe it was. They came in at about $21.5 million. So the Utilities Department made the decision to cancel that project essentially and request a new project that would harden the building to Category 2 strength and do some other improvements on the roof and HVAC systems, coming in at about $4.3 million estimated right now. So that cost is offset, and in fact, less than what was included in the 24 through 29 plan. With that, I'll conclude the capital improvement section, and Chris has something to say.
So, Commissioners, one thing you might have heard James say is a program project. All right, a program project is basically a parent project that has child projects underneath it. So you may hear that on occasion. Basically, we budget at a high level, and as the projects come, what was the one you mentioned, but we'll take it out of the higher level and put it in a more specific project. And that's within the budgetary controls. It doesn't require an additional change to the budget. It's just the way we budget at a high level until we can get there. So you may hear that occasionally in the capital budget, and want to make sure you heard it. So next up is the department to talk about accomplishments, work plan, and performance measures. So Jeremy.
Thank you, OMB team. Good afternoon. Some of the things, I won't read through all of these bullet points, but some of the things I'd like to point out here is our accomplishments, specifically around bullet point number 2, the AMI meter project. These are our new digital meters that are being installed, and you see the numbers that are presented there are outdated from when we published this report till today. So just a current update of where we're at is we've installed to date 35,000 meters, 25,000 in the water system, and 10,000 in the reclaim system. So I know the reclaim system is of importance lately because of the water rainfall system we've been in lately. I won't call it a drought, but less than normal rainfall. How about that? We have currently 14,000 reclaimed account customers that use our reclaimed, and we have 10,000 meters currently installed on those. So while it wasn't a great benefit of use this year, in future years as we move forward, we'll be able to track at an individual lot or property where the water is going. We've been pushing out more water on even on our restricted watering days. More reclaimed water is leaving our plants than ever has. So it's going somewhere. I understand it's not going out to as many people that need it, but once all these meters are in place, we'll be able to really monitor and engage our system better. Perhaps we could go and stage different areas instead of saying odd and even addresses. We say this neighborhood's on Monday and this neighborhood's on Tuesday, but without the data, it was really hard to do that. So I'm happy to say that in future years, we'll be better prepared to accommodate a drought situation like this. Along with that digital meter installation process, we've implemented a new digital portal. So along with us being able to monitor the customer accounts, customers will be able to digitally monitor themselves with, I won't call it live data, but certainly daily data produced about how their water usage is, how they're using both reclaimed and potable waters. The new online portal allows people to receive notification, text or email or phone calls, depending on what they volunteer themselves into, and help monitor themselves if they see high usage, and they can just become more aware. So really promoting awareness of our water consumption. To date, as of this morning, we have 81,000 of our 114,000 customers have signed on and created a portal account. So that's about 71% of our team, or our customers, have at least attempted to log on and start monitoring themselves. And then corollary to that is we have 26,000 customers who have signed on to paperless billing. You don't have to be in the portal to do paperless billing. You could still do it through our older methods, but the portal assists with that. Our goal is to get that number way higher. We spend, and it's not outlined here specifically in the budget, but we currently spend $1 million a year putting stamps on letters and sending them out to customers bi-monthly. When we fully implement our AMI system, we are going to transition, we plan to transition to monthly billing. So that $1 million a year will double if we can't convert people to paperless or online type payment systems. So We're working, we have a plan, a communication plan, a customer engagement plan to get that transitioned over the next couple of years to drive that number up. One, to increase customer awareness of their own usage, but two, to save on resources and costs here for just sending letters to the mail. Another accomplishment I'd like to highlight is our private sewer lateral program. I'll be coming before you next month to talk about our overall sewer programs, and I'll go into a lot of detail about this. But the private sewer lateral program is funded. The rebate program is funded again in the fiscal 25 proposed budget. We've reduced the number in the budget to more align with what our actual returns have been, what we've seen people using. We didn't want to budget for $800,000 of rebates and only issue $300,000, then there's just extra money sitting in the bank account. So we've tried to right-size what the rebate budget is versus what we've actually experienced, but we're also trying to increase awareness and knowledge and communication to our customers about that. I think that is all. We have a bullet point here about how many water samples we've done, 57,000 water quality tests. That's a big number. And what I wanted to highlight with that is that through all the testings that we've done through the first cycle, we have not encountered any PFAS contaminants above the new EPA limit in Pinellas County. So I want to make sure that we're aware, our customers are aware, PFAS is in the news, it is important. We are monitoring it, and we're not currently at elevated levels through the EPA regulations. So that's an accomplishment for us. Then lastly, I would like to talk about the CIP plan, the projects, the budget amount. There is a large CIP request made for fiscal 25, more than we've ever requested. There's a couple reasons behind that. One, we've had a backlog of projects that we need to push through to completion. You guys are aware of the sewer I&I issues Barry touched on. We've created these programs and initiatives. They took several years to really get moving into ready to do something. We are now ready to do something with those projects. So we have the Mobile Home Communities project that was mentioned. We've got ARPA funding that'll help with some of the I&I. We have these private sewer lateral projects that we're moving forward with. We're just ready to start. We've hired the engineer to start on our Find and Fix program, which is the... the ghost in the machine. The Find and Fix lateral sewer program is underway. We have the engineer on board who is a design build firm. I call them the engineer. They're a design build firm, and their job is to go out, find the problems in I&I in very targeted areas, and then construct the solution all within the same contract. The resourcing question and the capacity question is a fair question. So as I said, this is more CIP than we have ever asked for. Last year, right around budget time, we proposed, and you guys reviewed and approved our proposal for a program management contract in the Utilities Department. We hired a consultant, Jacobs Engineering, or Jacobs Group, whatever their technical name is, and they've been working with us for a year. And part of their job that we've contracted them for is staff augmentation. So we've enlisted their assistance, and we have 5 project managers from Jacobs who work with us on a daily basis pushing out these CIP projects. So that's part of the reason why you see the increased CIP request, is we have been pushing these out for the last year to be ready for construction, and fiscal 25 is when those are coming. Big parts of those are coming. That programmatic contract with Jacobs is time limited. It was a 5-year contract, and year 1 is done. So I have a limited amount of time to use those resources, so I'm utilizing them to the fullest, and we're going to push out these projects. Not just the I&I stuff, but you probably remember some of the force main problems we've had in the last 10 years even. Concrete force mains, ductile iron force mains. So we have large pipeline replacement projects that are in the books. The first one of those on 54th Avenue is scheduled to start construction very soon. If not this fiscal year, then beginning of next fiscal year. So within 3 or 4 months, that's ready to go. And the other 3 or 4 large pipeline replacement projects are coming right behind that. So we have a lot of work going on. We have, to Barry's point, we've reorganized our internal resources to better accommodate what I call the conveyor belt of projects, so that once they go from conceptual solutioning, brainstorming about what we should do, into this is the real project, then once it becomes real, the pipeline, the conveyor belt, we're pushing them through. So that's part of why we reorganized some of our staff. And then where we don't have enough people, we are supplementing that with Jacobs. We still do have some vacancies in what I'll call our engineering and project management staff. I'm searching strategically to hire those positions. They're out there posted right now. And until they come on board, I have Jacobs supplementing. The idea that once Jacobs' contract is over, we've transitioned those skills into our own internal teams. Or if our CIP needs have diminished, or we've gotten through this glut of projects, then we would right-size the project management staff accordingly. So those are the things that I wanted to point out. Our work plans, things that we're currently working on through next year. We are still laser focused on the Senate Bill 64 compliance, which is a 2030 deadline that we have to meet compliance with our discharge and our sewer systems at both of our treatment plants. We're still working through what that means with the state and how we're going to accomplish that, and what's technically a beneficial use, which is the legal term they throw at us that we have to interpret. But we're looking at things like aquifer recharge, storage, additional storage tanks, above ground tanks, even possible additional reclaimed distribution areas, although we got to make sure we have enough water for everybody before we start building new, for certain. And then the other things we're looking at to complete next year is our mobile home communities, as you mentioned or heard from OMB, and the septic to sewer project is not off of our list. We are actively searching for additional funding. So that's
Any questions?
what I would like to highlight.
Commissioner Eggers?
Well, I mean, that's a heck of a department to bring up right after lunch. Only because of all of this, the stuff that you talked about, the stuff you talked about, and your continuing conversation. So I continue to be concerned a little bit about I think you talked about construction capacity that's out there. Do you find that the contractors that we use for your work are similar to the ones that we use in Public Works, or are they different? Different contractors?
They're generally different. Sometimes a pipeline crew would do stormwater and water sewer, but generally they're different.
Different contractors.
There's a little bit of crossover, so that sometimes a pipeline crew might also have some roadway experience, but generally a pipeline utility crew would not go after a roadway repair or bridge project.
Okay, and so you had an $18 million increase in ARPA funds. I guess that was came out in the category of we can get it not only committed, but scheduled and construction. I'm not sure what all these cutoff dates are. Like the end of 25 is one cutoff date, the end of 26 is another cutoff date.
24, you have to have it under contract and expenditure of funds by 26.
Correct.
Under contract by the end of 24?
Correct.
Yes, sir.
Holy moly.
Yeah, no, we've been, that's what our capital projects team's been working with departments and really riding herd. That's the reason for some of these changes. You know, when we have easement issues or something, okay, we're done. We got to move it over, and we have these mobile home parks where it's all under one ownership. So they switch some to those just because of that. So.
Commissioner, the red, yellow, green reports that I've been given, that's just the December 31st, 24 date that I'm looking at. I'm not even looking at 26 yet. We're just focused on.
The 26 has to be expended.
Expended, yes, sir.
Not completed.
Well,
Can
the
you have any
project is not,
leftover, like the little pieces left over for?
not ARPA funding, no. ARPA has to be spent out the door by December 31st, 26. There can be other funding on the project. Project doesn't have to be finished, but the ARPA funding has to be.
Piece. Okay, so you're
Yes,
going
sir.
to expend those funds
That's
first.
correct.
And
Yep. But remember the red, yellow, green, there's only 2 yellows on there. One of them is the one we just talked about. One of them's human services that Jeff Roars actually brought up earlier today. So.
And we'll know, it's yellow for today because the projects are out for bid, and by the end of this month, we will know what those bid prices are. And we'll have very intimate conversations with the contractors about the commitment level, and it will go from yellow to green.
on the discharge plan by 2030, I'm assuming that you're going to like take a look at all options.
Yes,
Barry-
all options are currently on the table, and we're exploring everything we can.
Now, Barry and I talked about one the other day that was looked at, like, it'd been probably looked at for a while, but I brought it up to a previous county administrator, and he looked at it for a day and said, no, we can't do it. So I figured that either it was in the works and had come to a conclusion, or he was being dismissive. I never figured that one out. But to me, the connection between North County and South County, shortages, excess, would be at something that we ought to at least understand and look at. But that's just...
I haven't had a chance to speak with Jeremy since we talked, so
Okay. Okay.
he's hearing this live.
Yeah. This is not new to the department, it may be new to you. This is something that we looked at before, but, you know, we have the product. We're just getting rid of it one area and we're short in another area. So, just again, back to the rates, that water sewer rates and then reclaimed water rates. And when we're putting these, all of these meters in, I couldn't believe when I got here that we didn't have meters, but I'm glad we're taking care of that. Are we looking at the surcharge cost for overuse of reclaim? Are we in a good position there, or is that an area that we need to look at some more to keep people, using what they're supposed to be using?
So we built a pricing structure in for that, but that was without data of what the actual right tiers would be. Now, after we get data with the meters installed, we might want to come back and right-size that. And is the fee appropriate deterrent, or supplemental use charge, however you want to phrase it?
Yeah, well, between other cities having some experience on that, I mean, I know the city of Dunedin put a pretty steep surcharge, but it was all based on University of Florida telling our residents, really, this is what you need. This is what we're providing at a decent rate. But if you start using more that University of Florida says you don't need, that's the excess cost. So a careful distinction between overcharging people versus them overusing what they really don't need. That's a precious resource, and it needs to be carefully.
So 2 points to make there. So when we brought the reclaimed meter concept to you and then changing the rate structure, our plan and the way it's actually being implemented is we will not make money on the reclaim fee. So it is not a revenue generator for us to increase our budgets and our inflow of cash. In fact, even at full implementation, we will still have, the reclaim meter revenues will only be 50% of our operating expenses. Right? So it won't even pay for itself. The meters won't even pay for the cost of the water. So I want to make sure that, that's clear, that this isn't, we're not out here to get rich off reclaimed water. The real purpose is to have acknowledgement of usage and understanding of what's the right amount of water to be using. And so that leads to my second point is, of the meters that we've installed, and this is about 3 months old figure, and I can get you a more current figure, but of the meters we'd had installed, 80% of the people that had a meter were with under the 15,000 gallon per account, which is what we say is about the right size, or what the University of Florida study says is the right size you should have for a typical single-family house. So 80% of our customers that we had meters on at the time we ran this report were within compliance. And we did find a few huge anomalous users, 130,000 gallons in a month. And without any prompting from us, we saw that they actually had logged onto the portal, because we see these things, and their reduction went to 66,000 gallons a month within the next billing period. So the combination of the metering, the portaling, the self-awareness, this specific user self-regulated, which is the intent of the whole program.
And with meters, you can monitor leaks better. So I think there's a lot of pluses to that. I'm looking forward to it. And speaking of leaks, the Tierra Verde, whenever you say there's a big water line that's leaking, it always makes me really nervous. So this is a pressurized line.
Yes.
That's leaking. And so try to make me feel better about what that means.
I don't know if it's going to make you feel better. It was a water line that went under a seawall, and a seawall contractor drilled through our line. So it is leaking because it was hit. The good news is we have 2 lines going to Tierra Verde, and we have been able to keep water pressurized in the pipe. So there's positive pressure in the pipe, so it's leaking out, not in. And we're doing continuous water sampling to make sure that the water is safe to drink and all that. But that specific pipe is an old cast iron pipe, so it was already in our radar of things that we need to be replaced. I guess maybe we're glad the contractor helped that decision for us, and now we get to build it sooner. So the project is under construction. Well, it's under design and it's under engineering now to replace the entire pipe, not just repair it where the contractor hit it, because where the contractor hit it is actually underwater, and you have to tear out half of the person's lawn to get to it, and de-water the bay and put up.
It's underneath the water.
Yes, subaqueous.
So that will be a project that we're fast tracking.
It's currently under engineering now.
What does that mean in terms of it getting?
So it means the engineers are designing how to drill the new line.
So when will it be built?
I don't have the schedule, but next fiscal year.
Gosh, it doesn't seem fast enough. I mean, I remember when we had a leak going out to one of the island communities, and it was like, it was a big leak. I mean, it was, you had to shut it off. So this, we're not having to shut off.
Correct.
But, it can change quickly. So we just keep our
And it is, so we have 2 lines feeding the Tierra Verde, so
Right,
that the
right.
community is backfed through the other lines. So we
Right.
have redundancy there.
So, yeah, okay. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Commissioner Scott.
Thank you, Madam Chair. A couple quick questions. When do we anticipate going to monthly billing?
So I need to bring that back before you as a resolution, change the current code or the ordinance. I don't have it in front of me. It's written in the adoption of the water system that it would be bi-monthly billing. So we'll bring that back for you as a resolution or a change sometime in the next year.
When do we expect the completion of the AMI meters?
So the reclaims will be done this calendar year, probably even this fiscal year, but I'll commit to this calendar year. And I think that the water meters were on a 2.5-year, might have been 3-year program from when they started last year, so still 2 years to complete the water meters.
Okay, so another 2 years on that.
October 26th, I'm being reminded.
Okay. So looking at the replacement funds, that in 27 they start going the wrong direction. Didn't we do a rate adjustment last year to prevent that from happening? Didn't we increase the rates for water and sewer to make sure that those
Commissioner.
funds stayed positive?
Yes, Commissioner. So as part of last year's rate adoption and rate presentations, you were presented some schedules and you were presented some options, right? That was kind of options A, B, and C. The commission chose B. And option B for both the water and sewer systems was a particular level of rates, but it also assumed some level of borrowing.
Right.
So what you're seeing in fiscal '27 is that need for borrowing if the capital plans go as budgeted. And so what you're seeing today is still consistent with the rate plan that you adopted last year.
Okay, okay, thank you.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but that's also, that same time frame as when the existing debt is retired. So at the timing
Yeah, I think there was
works.
about that, yeah, I think that's about
There
right.
is,
Some of the existing.
to be specific, right, there is we are currently around 14 million a year of debt service. In fiscal '28, a large chunk gets retired, and we will be down to 4 million of debt service. So just in time for a need to borrow more and have the debt service back up again. So total cash flow will not be catastrophic in any way there.
Okay, thank you. And then one final question. Do we have the reclaim meters installed in Tierra Verde? I'm just kind of curious what the pressure's like down there. I haven't heard any complaints, but just wondering if that's
I don't have that
improved at
specific
all.
answer, and we're actually working with the city of St. Pete to see, because they have their sewer plant is near, it's in South County, near Tierra Verde. If they may even have some excess available, we'd have to create an agreement, build a pipe, but we may even try and supplement our water with St. Pete water if they have excess. I can get back to you on an answer if the meters are installed in Tierra Verde. I don't know that answer offhand.
All right, thanks.
Commissioner Eggers.
Yeah, so you mentioned the PFAS, which Commissioner Scott and I get updated on at Tampa Bay Water all the time. And the Tampa Bay, so the Department of Environmental Protection came out with new standards that lowered that level from 70 all the way down to 4. So it is a really, I mean, there were some analogies that they used about a drop of it in, 6 Olympic-sized swimming pools. That's what a 0.4, whatever that number is.
Parts per trillion.
Yeah, parts per million, parts per trillion, sorry. So there was only a couple spots in the entire Tampa Bay water system that had that issue coming off of a couple of the, I guess some of our, what do you call it? Not groundwater sources.
They were actually off the surface water sources in Hillsborough County.
Oh, that's right, the surface water.
Surface,
plant,
so rivers and streams.
So for us to have none of ours above the 4 is huge. So how much longer do we have to keep doing that testing on that for the new?
Probably because of the new EPA rule, until they
Decon-
change the rule.
Oh,
It'll become a
continuously.
continual
Okay.
cycle.
Well, that was a big deal, so, we don't really have to address that issue from a water quality standpoint. There's some TOC issues that we're dealing with separately, but anyway, I'm glad to hear that. That was unexpected, but great news, so thank you.
Any other questions or discussion? Okay, thanks, Jeremy. That was great. And we're going to go on to housing and community development.
So we're all changing the guard here just a little bit. So we have 2 gentlemen you know already, Glenn Bailey and Bruce Bussey from the department over here. And we have Natalie Steiner from the Office of Management and Budget. She's our second newest analyst. This is the first time she's presenting. So be nice, please. And Natalie, you're up.
Thank you, Chris. Good afternoon, Commissioners. It is my pleasure to be here with you all today to present the FY25 budget for housing and community development. We will begin by discussing the department's efforts towards finding efficiencies, starting at the top of page 2. For FY25, the department realized reductions of $187,000. In FY24, the department did not reduce its budget due to decision packages. And in FY23, the department realized savings of $414,000. Moving down to the middle of page 2, we will take a look at our topics for discussion. The transition of the zoning section to the Building and Development Review Services Department has impacted both revenue and personnel costs in the Planning Division. Moving down towards the bottom of page 2, we will discuss our FY25 budget drivers. Housing and Community Development includes 4 funds: the General Fund, the Community Development Grant Fund, the State Housing Initiatives Partnership or SHIP Fund, and the Community Housing Trust Fund. The FY25 budget for the department increases $3.7 million. Revenue for the department decreases $2.2 million. This is attributed to a decrease in the entitlement amounts coming into our housing grant funds. Personnel services decreases $677,000, primarily due to the transition of the zoning section. A 3% adjustment on the midpoint and FRS actuarial increases were applied as well. The FTE count for the department decreases by 5 to 25 FTE total, and again, this is attributed to the transition of the zoning section. Finally, bringing us up to the top of page 3, operating expenditures decreased $261,000. This includes a $317,000 reduction to professional services in the general fund. Continuing down to pages 3 through 5, you'll find changes in the user fee schedule. Like many of the department's other changes for FY25, these are due to the transition of the zoning section. This is simply a request to remove these user fees from the schedule for housing and community development so that they can be appropriately transitioned alongside the zoning section. Now, moving to the bottom of page 5, I will turn the discussion over to Chris to review the department's capital projects.
So good afternoon, Commissioners. Once again, Chris Rose, Office of Management and Budget. You'll see right there is one capital project for housing and community development. It is penny funded and it is by formula. So 4.15% of the penny countywide is dedicated towards housing projects. And you'll see those every time we bring forth a housing project for your consideration. It's always a mix of funds, and this is one of the funding sources. And that's it for capital for this department. I'm going to turn it over to Glenn to talk about the accomplishments, the work plan, and the performance measures.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Glenn Bailey, Planning Division Manager and Interim Director of Housing and Community Development. With me, I have Bruce Bussey here, as Community Development Division Manager. And fiscal year 24 accomplishments include housing action plan related items such as affordable housing production preservation targets and developing an affordable housing education marketing campaign. That's something you heard in the work session back in April. Also include a zoning code update for additional accessory dwelling unit ADU flexibility, which you heard first reading on May 21st and will hear for adoption on July 30th. We've also completed the LUM form-based code, which became effective in early May. And we are completing the food access action plan and updating the economic impacts of poverty report. You will have a work session on that projected for this fall. Those are ongoing and in good progress. We also are administering the Affordable Housing Development Program. That's an ongoing thing, it's a major accomplishment we do every year. As far as the work plan, highlights include implementing surplus land programs for affordable housing. We currently have projects in Dansville and Lellman Heights for that. We also have housing action plan related items in the work plan, such as the Housing Toolkit. The Housing Toolkit is a model code language that local jurisdictions, local cities, municipalities can adopt and use. We're working with Ford Pinellas on that. We also have the Joes Creek Industrial Park Master Plan creation. We're utilizing the TIL study results to come up with a redevelopment plan for this important area in the CRA in Lellman. We're also preparing a couple of cyclical 5-year plans that are large plans, consolidated plan local mitigation strategy. And we are updating the overall Affordable Housing Development Code and manual. We anticipate bringing that to you in a work session this fall. So it goes beyond just the ADUs into other aspects of affordable housing code revisions. And as far as performance measures, we look at the number of affordable housing units produced through county housing programs. See, it's a continuing upward trajectory there. And we also look at the number of low-income cost-burdened households as something we monitor yearly basis. And it's been holding steady, but potentially set to rise due to the cost of living increases we're all seeing. If you have any questions.
Commissioners, it would be good if we did questions with HCD. We do have the Lellman CRA coming up right after them as part of this same one, but while we've got them at the table, might be a good time.
Questions? Commissioner Eggers?
Yeah, just real quickly, I think Commissioner Flowers may have mentioned it yesterday, or I don't know, the days are running together already and we're only on day 2, about the changing mix of condominium versus rental, and how that might be, because we've had this other discussion about on the housing side, not conversions, but upgrading, using dollars to upgrade apartment complexes, as opposed to building them from scratch for affordable housing I'm talking about. So, so is that, do you see any of that going on when you talk to folks out there, any of the developers that are coming forward in terms of either starting to convert, the conversation of conversion, but also more opportunities to upgrade what we have and use dollars for that as opposed to building from scratch? So just.
Okay, yeah, good afternoon, Commissioners. Bruce Bussey. The developers we've been talking to recently, we have not had any conversations, to my knowledge, on converting condo to rental or rental to condo, either way. Remember 20 years ago, that was a challenge. But we are talking to several developers now about the opportunities to acquire existing rental housing apartment complexes and having conversations about county funding assistance to do that acquisition and renovation. So there are plenty of challenges there. On the surface, that seems like a much lower cost way to do that. But there's some challenges we're looking at there too. Everything from displacement of existing tenants. We looked at a project recently and it was pretty fascinating to see the tenants and income that are living there. And so should that project move forward, there's some concerns about where those tenants would go if lower income levels were implemented. But we're certainly looking at those possibilities of how we could put some income limits and rent limits in place on existing units.
Thank you.
Any other questions? No, I see none. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. So we have Amy Davis ready to come up about Lellman CRA. So
Great.
give me
Amy,
just
it's
a
good to
second.
see you. I think this is her first time presenting to us.
Natalie is going to continue to present from OMB
Okay.
on the same topic. So Natalie, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chris. We will begin our discussion for the CRA towards the bottom of page 1 by looking at our topics for discussion. There are 2 new projects being proposed for FY25, the Joes Creek Master Plan implementation and the Lellman Exchange Digital Monument Sign Program. Moving down page 1, we will review our FY25 budget drivers. The CRA has one fund, the Lellman CRA Trust Fund. The FY25 budget increases $3.3 million. Revenue for the CRA increases $1.2 million. Personnel services increases $23,000, which is attributed to the 3% salary adjustment on the midpoint and the FRS actuarial increases. Finally, operating expenditures increase $756,000, and this is simply a realignment of accounts and is a reflection of the efforts made to streamline the CRA's budget for FY25. The FTE count remains flat at 3 FTE. And finally, capital outlay expenditures increase $600,000. That includes a $500,000 line for land acquisition and $100,000 for the proposed digital sign program. Now I will turn the presentation over to Amy to discuss the CRA's FY24 accomplishments.
Is it working now? Okay, sorry. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Commissioners. I'm Amy Davis, Assistant to the County Administrator, and I'm really happy to talk to you about the Lillman CRA. The 24 accomplishments, the first one I wanted to talk about was the Gateway and the wayfinding sign project. That was, I felt like last year during the budget season, some of the videos I watched, I wasn't sure whether that project was done or not. So I'm happy to report that as of a couple months ago, that project is all complete. And then the St. Petersburg Foundation and the master lease with the Lex or the Leoman Exchange, wanted to highlight that. We are just wrapping up the second year. They will be talking to you next month, July 25th, wrapping up their business plan for year 2. But it's been a fascinating experience for me to be at the Leoman Exchange and see how the collaborative impact works and developing a working relationship with them. It's been really a neat experience for me. I also wanted to highlight the community events. We've had the second year of the community event, the Christmas tree lighting, the Honey and Arts Festival, and the 4th of July fireworks in Rainieri Park. I know that's a really great community building tool, and I think it's really appreciated. And it's amazing that it's pulled off by a group of volunteers called the Leoman Engagement Committee. I think it's a really fantastic show of heart for the community. I wanted to also talk about finishing the second year of the alleyway program. In Leoman, there are 176 alleyways. And so we've been working on clearing them. Not all of them are clear. They either fall in they're either clear, they're partially obstructed, or they're completely obstructed. And so 122 of them are clear. We have a maintenance contract to mow them, and then we're working on clearing the rest of those. Why that's important is really good for public safety. It helps enhance the public safety, but also what I've heard is Duke Energy had a really hard time restoring power after the storm, accessing the utility easement back in the alleyways. So it's part of being resilient post-storm as well. And then once all the alleyways are clear, then we can really take a look at the opportunities for connectivity throughout the community. And then last, I wanted to point out the Habitat for Humanity contract. We're in year 2 of 3 for that contract. As of the end of the second year, they have built 32 homes in Leoman. And I really think that's been one of the most transformational things that can occur in a residential area. And so that's been a really good contract. It's been good things happening. And so I'm looking forward to year 3 with them. We do have a work plan attached to the packet. It's a draft work plan. As Natalie mentioned, there's only 2 new projects. There's slight changes. It's relatively the same. I didn't think I was in a position quite yet to judge it too much. And so the 2 projects were, as Natalie mentioned, the implementation of the Joe's master plan, and then a monument sign off of 54th Avenue for the Leoman Exchange. I think the signage right now doesn't really grab your attention that there's a facility off of 54th Avenue, so we really want to change that with the presence of a monument sign. We are going to be reviewing this draft CRA work plan with the CRA Advisory Committee at the end of this month, and then we're going to be back before you all next month to go over this plan in more detail with the committee's input. So I'm taking this time, the next few months, to really evaluate all the programs in the CRA so I can make some informed recommendations going forward, taking a look at all the projects, all of the programs, and the resources supporting the CRA.
Any questions? Commissioner Scott.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Nice to see you again, Amy. On the land acquisition for the work plan, have we identified any specific properties that we're going after at this point? Or?
Not at this point. I think that once the Joe's master plan is done, and then also pairing that with, we know we have to do major drainage improvements, that's going to be a real big future part of this plan and efforts going forward.
Okay, thanks.
Commissioner Eggers.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate your presentation. So what is the tax income for the Lellman area, and what is the TIF, additional TIF that's going to fund the CRA activities and projects? And while you're looking for that, I know a certain utility company that's really good at whacking trees down. You might be able to use them to help clear some of those alleyways. And from a anyway, that's just a side comment. What? They don't do bushes? Yeah. They're really good at it. They leave the stubs.
Commissioner, I'm going to have to get back to you on that. I apologize. The number we have is the old number. The new taxable value that came out a couple days ago, we have not calculated the new one. So this is based
the taxable
on
value, how much revenue we're getting in from taxes, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay,
Yep.
I'll make sure.
So
Not
we-
the values, but the taxes.
Yeah, applying the tax increment. Yeah.
Yeah, I'd just like to get a sense of how this fund has grown over the years, what we're funded with every year to help make Lellman and all the programs happen. So, thank you. Look forward to getting that. Yep.
Tomorrow.
Yep.
Any other additional questions? No? Thank you so much, Amy. It's great to see you.
Thank you.
So Barry, do we want to go to Public Works? Okay. This is going to make for a very... Oh, I didn't see him behind the post back there. Okay. So Commissioners, you're going to go back to today's agenda, not tomorrow's, and we'll go to our wonderful tax collector. This will be his last budget presentation to us. It's really good to see you. Chris wants to do some introductions.
So, yep, we have Veronica back here. So Veronica Edel is the budget analyst that works with the tax collector and several of our constitutional officers. So she will not be presenting. The tax collector will carry the ball himself. So thank you.
How about that? Is that better? This will be about the 24th budget I've prepared in the last one. And again, I feel very confident that this budget will meet the statutory requirements of being neither insufficient or excessive to meet the duties and responsibilities of the Office of Tax Collector. That's what our goal is. That's what we shoot for. And I think we've done a pretty good job of that over the years. Personnel services makes up better than 80% of my budget and would be the largest line item increase. A good bit of that is due to health insurance costs increased, although I think that has been mitigated and is maybe not a part of that number. But we also saw an 83% increase in risk allocation, and that impacts our workers' comp budget levels. So I think there are a number of scenarios prepared for personnel service increases, and that affects the budget in different amounts, obviously. But taking care of our people, I think, is incredibly important. And so I'm hopeful that we'll be able to budget as generously as possible. I'm about 30 positions down, and that makes it tough to meet my customers' expectations. So keeping my well-trained people on board and not losing them to others is very important to the office. Takes about 15 months to get somebody completely up to speed. I certainly do not want to lose those folks to surrounding counties. We put a lot of investment in them. They do a great job, and they deserve to be paid well to serve their community. My next category is operating expenses. We're looking at about a 2.56% increase. Again, the 83% increase in risk hits this part of the budget as well. And we've got about a 5% increase in contractual expenses from our normal contract inflationary terms, like our HRS system, our financials packages, the applications that are unique to the tax collector's office. This year, we're budgeting a 0% increase in capital outlay. We're all hoping that Mid-County is completed on time, and the money that we budgeted in 2024 will be able to be used to complete those renovations. And I will tell you this, the public and my staff eagerly await the reopening of Mid-County. So, but I understand we're actually ahead of schedule, and that's good to hear. And folks, that's about the long and short of my budget.
Any questions? Well, I'm sorry, Commissioner Eggers? You need a microphone.
The 285 FTEs that you have include those 30 empty spots, or is, okay.
Yes, sir.
So you're really using 255 FTEs.
And it's not enough. It's not enough to really meet my customers' expectations. We're experiencing higher wait times than we have in the past. Part of that is due to the Mid-County office closure, but a good part of it is due to just not being able to keep the staff. I bring on 9, 10 at a time every couple of months, and I seem to lose 9 or 10 in that time period as well.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Scott?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good to see you, Carlos.
Nice to see you, Sir Scott.
So when you hire staff, do you train them to do all of the various positions, or do you kind of specialize them?
That's changed a good bit over the years. Back in the day, and the day is maybe 3-4 years ago, it would take us about 2 years to get somebody trained to be able to handle everything. And when I say that, mostly what we're talking about is the work we do for the Department of Motor Vehicles. I don't train everyone to do tax work. Tax is fairly unique in its duties and responsibilities. Everybody needs to be able to cashier a tax bill, but the more intricate pieces of work to be done in tax rolls is unique to tax rolls. On the line, though, we start out, actually we used to start out teaching people how to renew registrations. That's incredibly easy. You want to get people and hit the ground running. But we had to switch that up a bit, and we actually train first now for driver's license type of work, because that's where our real volume is, and it's where the time we spend with a customer is those types of transactions. That and title work tends to be fairly complex. Everyone, so ultimately we want everybody to do everything, but I know that most, or at least some of you, have been into the offices and you've experienced the ticketing system. You get a A or A14. More than a wait time system, that's a work management system that puts you with the right person with the right skills to handle your type of transaction. So we do try and balance that a bit. As soon as we get folks in the door, within a few weeks, we've got them doing something. But for them to be competent across the board takes about 15 months.
Thanks.
Commissioner Long?
I was curious, Carlos, about your retention and hiring numbers. Are you having issues keeping people because you're not paying them enough?
I would say, Commissioner, that it's more an issue of the cost of living in Pinellas County. And that's going to be a tough nut for any of us to crack. Property values have gone up significantly, rents are up a good bit, and my entry-level folks, we've got pay up to $40,000 a year starting. But in this environment, that's tough to make a go of it as an entry level or somebody that's only been with us a couple of years. So we've lost folks who have relocated to other areas. Believe it or not, quite a few people leaving to take care of older family members who need help. But I think the biggest hit really is the cost of living here. That's the feedback we get, and that seems to be what's hurting us the most.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions or discussion? Commissioner Flowers.
Not a question, just a compliment. Thank you so much for what you've been doing. I have enjoyed the going to the school systems with the licenses for the kids, the tags for the kids, and that competition. They really enjoy it. I know I've referred a lot of people every time you send out, I always tag, and I've referred a lot of people for employment opportunities. Really pushing up the fact that there's benefits and all of that on top of the salary. You were correct about just the cost of living here is somewhat challenging for a person starting out. So just want to say thank you, and I'll miss you, but hopefully see you around.
Thank you, Commissioner Flowers.
It's been a joy to partner with you on a couple of things, so thank you.
Don't plan to leave Pinellas County, so maybe
We have lots of committees. Start signing up.
Any other questions, comments?
Just thank you for your service all these many years. Appreciate those efforts, and to be a public servant like you've done has just been, I'm sure, very rewarding. But it's good that you're going to be staying in the county. So,
yes, sir. Thank you, Commissioner Eggers. Appreciate that.
Well, thank you as well. And I think that's all we've got for you. So we're going to let you go.
Thank you. Have a good day now.
Thanks, you too. Okay. So we're going to do one last one. We're going to do Public Works. And so we're going to go back to tomorrow's agenda. And after that, so tomorrow that only leaves Supervisor of Elections. It will leave Building Development and Review Services and Forward Pinellas. So tomorrow will be a quick day.
So tomorrow, we will not be ordering lunch, so just keep that in mind when you ask questions. And so in anticipation that we shouldn't be here past lunch.
Okay. Chris, if you want to make introductions.
Absolutely. And before I make introductions, I want to answer Commissioner Eggers' question from just a few minutes ago. I had 3 of my staff jump up and text to me what the right answer was. So kudos to the staff. And all 3 of them were consistently the same answer. So that's good too. So so remember, Lellman CRA has 2 pieces to it. There's the countywide piece and the MSTU piece. So the countywide piece is $3.192 million, essentially 2, and the MSTU, the unincorporated area, is 1.382 million, so essentially 1.4. And thank you to my staff. That's the revenue piece.
That's the
yes.
TIF piece
The
that
TIF
we
piece.
have.
Correct.
So close to $5 million.
Yes, sir. Yep. There's a couple of other revenues. There's interest, things like that are in there, but they're much, much smaller.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. So I will do introductions. John Ondrovic is the operating budget analyst for the Public Works Department. You've seen him already. He was sitting here for the sheriff's budget yesterday. He's got some large departments. He's been with us for a while, and he has Public Works. And, of course, we have Kelly Levy and Paul Dean from the department over there. But John's going to start us off. So, John, the floor is yours, sir.
Thank you, and good afternoon. I'm going to start off on page 3 and 4 with the efficiencies and cost measures. First, I wanted to mention that the department did meet the requirements of a flat budget, In fact, they came in 1.3 million below the adopted budget for FY24 and their overall department budget. They did realize savings of 2.4 million for FY25, another 820,000 in the 24 adopted budget, and 211,000 for the adopted 23 budget.
Where are you? I'm sorry. I'm trying to follow your...
Page 3 and 4.
Okay, thank you.
And now I'm going to go to page 5, which is the topics for discussion.
You can see the breakdown of the various things. So the reductions that the efficiency measures are identified specifically, each one within the text of under the FY25. Then same thing for 24 and 23.
All right, so under topics of discussion, I'm on page 5 now. Surface water special assessment rates. The adopted 24 budget rate was $121.27. There is a 3% increase to $124.94 for FY25. The 3% increase does not require a change to the current resolution. We have a alternative scenario for additional funding for this fund, or for this rate. In 2024, 2.75 was transferred over, and 1.35 is going to be the transfer from the general government fund to this for FY25, and this has been budgeted.
And this is what you previously approved. Right before you.
Then we have there's 3 dedicated millages for FY25, and these are based on a 9.1 increase to their property values. The fund stabilization, the 0.1279, will be approximately 16.6 million. The level of service, the 0.1752 request, will be 22.7 million. And the level of service enhancement, the 0.0218, will be another 2.8 million.
But just before we, gloss over that, you can see, commissioners, you're putting over $40 million into local roads and bridges that we weren't doing just 3 years ago. So it's making a difference. It's going to take time, but that's that backlog that was always there. And so the local repaving projects, I'm glad that we're getting some complaints about them, because that means we're actually out there doing them. And so, but that's where that comes from. Penny wouldn't have been able to afford it.
I think that's going to be interesting when we go back for renewal for the penny next time, because mostly what we were saying is most of our capital, it's about 90 million a year for penny, was taking care of our capital. It was coming from the penny. But this is almost half.
This is in addition to
I'm saying
what we're doing in the penny.
This 40 million is almost half of the 90 that we're getting.
Yep.
Pinellas County is getting for penny projects. So that's huge. That's a huge increase, and I think residents are going to want to know that piece. That, again, for better or for worse.
No, I agree. So I was just pointing. I'm just pointing out. When we talk about general fund, it's it's not always people or just general government. I mean, this is hard infrastructure, things that they see in front of their house.
To take, again, on that construction, the prioritization of the funds and what we're going to spend it for. When we talk about that next penny, that may be another discussion altogether.
And Kelly, you're coming in when? Coming up here.
We have a work session on July 11th, where we're going to highlight the Public Works Capital Improvement Program, and then we have another work session on the 25th, where we're going to go through these dedicated millage programs and highlight the work that's been done and what we have in the plan.
And what you'll see is the majority of work that's under the penny is exactly that. It's into infrastructure. And so you'll be able to see that more clearly when she outlines everything that's going on. The percentage that we set in 2017 for infrastructure, the percentage has increased. So you'll be able to clearly see the prioritization that the board has placed on how we're spending the penny funds.
Good. Thank you.
The next thing I have is the transfer for the implementation of the ATMS technology. In FY24 adopted budget, there was 18 million. It's to be expensed over 3 years. So for FY25, it's budgeted for 12 million. The 9-cent ATMS transfer, currently the transfer to the capital projects fund is 1.7 million. Capital needs expected to outpace the transfer amount in future years and cannot increase the transfer amount without impacting the operating funding. As of right now, it is balanced through FY28. Moving on to staffing, the most difficult positions to fill are the labor positions and the professional engineering positions. However, hiring for the labor positions has improved over the last 7 months. For both types of positions, they are competing with the private sector who could pay more. And Public Works Department's FTE remains flat at 514.7 FTE. Now for budget drivers, starting on page 7. Revenues decreased 10.1 million, and that is due to the one-time transfer of the FY24 from the general fund to the Transportation Trust Fund for the ATMS project of that 18 million. All of the revenues, excluding the transfer allotment, increased 3.9 million due to additional gas tax and surface water assessment revenues. There is a decrease in personal services of 637,000, and this is due to hiring at a lower rate, replacing employees that have been there for a while, and also budgeting a higher amount for the personal attrition savings based on their estimated vacancy rate. A 3% salary adjustment on the midpoint for all employees, and the FRS actuarial retirement increases are included in this. Operating expenses increased 2.7 million due to an increase in the general consulting for the traffic safety improvement study, and that was $2 million, and that was grant funded. We have a decrease in the capital outlay of 9.5 million, and 4.4 million of this is due to the one-time purchase of the helicopter last year, and 6 million reduction is for the implementation of the ATMS technology from 18 million to 12 million.
Commissioners, I just want to mention that John said it a page ago, but remember last year we set $18 million one-time money aside for ATMS, for traffic signals. That's going to be spent over a 3-year period, roughly 6 million, 6 million, 6 million. So next year's number is 12 million. It does not mean that the 18 changes. It's just the first 6 was spent, so 12 is still remaining. The next year, the final 6 will be spent. Just wanted to point that out.
So we'll make it to where we get greens anywhere we go in the county, right? Right, Kelly? Oh, okay. I thought it was going to turn red for saying that, but.
And
oh, gosh.
And Commissioners, if I may point out, on page 6 is the inflation that we had talked about yesterday. Commissioner Eggers brought this up. There's a lot of work in the system, and it is causing some inflation. And you can see some of the ways that we've addressed that and looked at it. Some of the ways we've calculated it. We're trying to make sure we're not going too high or too low on any of those numbers. So.
No, not yet. And I just want to mention the total reserves for the department increased 6.2 million. Of that 6.2 million, 5.6 million of the increase is within the Transportation Trust Fund. A portion of that increase, approximately 1.4 million, is due to when we wrote this document, we had budgeted a 5.5% increase to taxable values, and it increased to 9.1%. That difference in the taxable values then would be put into the operating side. That portion had not taken place by the time the document was written. So technically, that will be moved over after the BIS meetings are over, and that'll reduce the overall reserve for that. I just wanted to mention that. There's also lapse funding from last year was 1.4 million, and there's additional 2.8 million budgeted from revenues that were budgeted at 100% versus 95%. And then at this time, I will turn it over to Chris for the CIP portion.
So again, Commissioners, this is not an enterprise fund, so the governmental funds are in the report here. There are a couple of bullets to talk about in Public Works that are going to be addressed much more fully, likely tomorrow, scheduled for Wednesday, but possibly tomorrow when Drew gives the presentation on the overall governmental CIP. So the bullets to talk about, and I'm just going to open the discussion so that when Drew gets here next week or tomorrow, we can talk about it. But East Lake Road Corridor has increased greatly in price, and we've got some ways we're addressing that. But I want to just let you know that's one of the big drivers in their capital budget. There are 2 new projects that are on there, and only 2, which is a great drop from prior years. Anclote Road has an increase, and we're looking at how to address that. Finally, Dunedin Causeway, and that was in this morning's news clip, so you can see that. There are funding challenges, funding partners that we're looking for. We're looking for ways to fund the Dunedin Causeway out into the future. And then, of course, the final bullet is coastal management, the beach nourishment projects that Public Works has been doing. And the main thing to say there is that the capital budget that we have matches exactly what we've been talking about, what we talked about a month or so ago with the joint meeting with the Tourism Development Council. It's all in there. And I'm just previewing what Drew's going to bring to you when he comes. So with that, I will turn it over to Kelly and Paul and let them talk about accomplishments, work plan, and performance measures.
Thank you. I did want to make a point when John was talking about hiring. We have seen a really great improvement, especially at the entry level and mid-level of our labor positions due to the $18 per hour that you all approved. It has made a huge difference, and I thank you for that. Some of the accomplishments here are certainly nowhere near what I would normally bring. It would be pages and pages and hours long. I have an amazing team, but to highlight the community rating system improvement to a Class 2, that's a 40% reduction in flood insurance premiums in a time when it's very greatly needed, and that there are only other six communities in the entire United States that have achieved that designation, and this is the highest rating ever achieved in the state of Florida. And while we have been having some challenges with trees lately, I should give a shout out to our urban forestry team who has worked very, very hard to receive the recognition of Tree City USA 7 years going, Tree Cities of the World 5 years, and then earned another USA Growth Award. That'll be our 5th year. As far under resilient infrastructure and environment, just again highlighting the design and implementation of the emergency dune project in record time, and again thanking our state partners for helping to fund some of that together with the tourist development tax. Otherwise, we would not have been able to achieve that. The board a few years ago approved resources not only to clear a significant backlog of over 14 miles of sidewalk improvements that were needed, but also approved improving the level of service so that we don't get there again. And I'm happy to report that we have achieved that goal 100% of the time. We maintain nearly 1,100 miles of sidewalk, and so for perspective, that's essentially from Clearwater to Philly. We added an additional 4 miles as part of the Safe Routes to School, and even more with ARPA projects and penny projects, including 46th Avenue, 71st, Belcher Sidewalk Project, 22nd Avenue, and more. So we are continuing to connect our communities. Under smart service delivery, I'm just going to say a huge shout out, and I won't read all of this, but our capital improvement team has had a huge lift. Not only are they delivering on penny projects and grant projects, but they're also the huge additional lift that they did with ARPA, as well as the additional resurfacing work that they've taken on as a result of the increase in millage so that we can improve our local roads. This took a lot of coming together and looking at how we do what we do and how we can do it more efficiently and effectively. We have had the project management manual in place now for a couple of years, but we made improvements to that. Being stretched, being pushed, forces us to relook at those processes continuously, so it's a constant growth. We have project production teams that cross all spans of expertise so that these projects are getting better when we put them out on the street. The project information system is just about ready to go live, and it includes integrated on-time, on-budget performance metrics that we will be publishing out to the public. So we're really excited about that, a little nervous, but also really excited. As well as in-house development of construction estimating tools that have helped us. It's still challenging, don't get me wrong. There's such huge fluctuations in oil pricing and aggregate materials, things like that. But we have done so much better now. When I look back 2 years ago, we are just light years ahead of where we were. And as I mentioned before, on July 11th, there is a work session on CIP, and we can go into details and talk about all of that, whether service delivery or the projects we're working on. In our work plan, in April, Tom was here and provided an overview of the ATMS ITS master plan, and that project is now complete, and we're deep diving into how we implement recommendations for improvements. The regional stormwater facilities for Lealman. We are continuing to advance the flood control improvements. Amy mentioned it when she was here through the Joe's Creek Greenway project. We are also still waiting to hear back on the NOAA grant to determine if that piece of it will come to fruition. Ideal locations for regional facilities for water quality credit have not been successful to date, but we are continuing to push forward there. The regional facility for Palm Harbor is still moving forward. It has intersected with the proposed drainage improvements on Nebraska. So additional coordination has been ongoing to make sure that both of those projects are successful. Developing a transportation dashboard that displays our travel times and safety information. The beta version is live internally, and so we're now working on a forward-facing version that will be out on the county's webpage. Our ARPA project delivery plan is obviously well complete. As of tomorrow, all of the Public Works ARPA projects will be either in the bid process, under construction, or complete. And again, that's just a huge lift from an amazing team, capital improvement survey, construction, and every member of our team that provides QC, contracting. You got it. I mean, we couldn't do it without you. The Grand Canal project started dredge on the 3rd, so it's underway. I have some good pictures if you'd like them. Dunedin Causeway Management Plan. The focus of this effort has been on the causeway itself and developing a more sustainable path forward in coordination with the City of Dunedin. This is the most expensive roadway and right-of-way that we have to maintain, and it approaches $500,000 every year. The Connected Community Project was a grant from the Department of Transportation, and that is complete. It is along State Road 60. It included traffic controllers, cabinets, and video detection devices for all 17 signals. We have new CCTV cameras at 6 signals and pedestrian detection video analytics at 3. And so now that is working, and we're in a 1-year monitoring phase of that effort. So we have some live data, and it's working very well. The the local paving plan, again, I will go over that in July, but we have 140 lane miles of local roads planned and 214 lane miles total for the fiscal year planned. So we'll highlight that again, and I'll bring the dashboard, but I just wanted to let you know that's what the plan is for this year. We have 2 traffic signal mast arm hardening grants. Again, these came out of storms, and we identified our most critical, our weak links in our traffic system. Where can we remove the string lines and go to mast arms? Groups 1 and 2 are under construction, and the bid opening for group 3 and 4 on the first bullet there is next week. And for the mast arm hardening under the HMGP COVID, the recommendation for The design consultant will come before the board in June. And lastly, on our partnership with Creative Pinellas and our graffiti abatement program, this is the second year we've focused on traffic signal cabinets. We have eight installations scheduled this year. 6 of them are complete. They're gorgeous. I just have to say, I'm not an art person. My brain is not on that side. I'm an analytical person, but boy, we have amazing artists in this community. They are so creative and just, their work is just beautiful. I mean, you take a piece of plain steel, and I had people telling me it almost made it worth sitting at a red light. Okay, so right there made my day. So I think I'm just going to put more art at intersections. Our performance measures there, again, they're just art appreciation. Just a couple of corrections on the local roads resurfaced out there in 24. That should be 140, and 25 should also be 140. And then in the dashboard, it was 25 and 25. So the dashboard will be actually up this year. So we're really excited to put that out there to the public, and you may see it on Bay News 9 traffic segment. Who knows? That's all I had, and thank you very much.
Okay,
That
I
was a
saw
lot.
Commissioner Eggers had a question for you earlier, and we didn't interrupt you.
Kelly, I really wanted to say kudos to your team. We were talking a lot today and yesterday, and we had a one-on-one also about the amount of projects that your group's putting out there, whether it's your own, the penny for Pinellas. Well, you don't get a lot. You get your money from penny. I'm sorry, I was thinking utilities. But also the ARPA overlay and all of what that's created. So that's amazing work, and again, kudos to your team for that. Also to you and your department on the beach renourishment and all those efforts that go on for that. Totally different arenas that you're dealing with and totally different levels of government, and you've just done such an admirable job. So I wanted to make that public comment. Stormwater, no, not stormwater. The floodplains that we talked about, floodplain maps that FEMA has versus what we have. The explanation that you all, they were very patient with me as they talked me through it because I'm a little bit thick on it, but it was good. It was very helpful, and I'm not sure how we would incorporate that conversation so the public can see what we're talking about, because it talked about 2012 numbers that the FEMA was using versus our numbers at 2018 numbers. So to me, it's significantly different, so that going forward, there's going to be a much bigger change on the FEMA maps down the road than from ours as we've used more recent information. But I think that's such an important piece for individuals, contractors, architects, whatever, that may be looking at projects to have that clear understanding that we can go back to and say, this conversation we had, we kind of laid it out, probably not in the detail that they would need in their projects, but certainly for some of our residents who might be looking to do something with their home or whatever. So just food for thought. But I thought that workshop that you all had with me was really good. So I wanted to say thank you for that. I noticed, in not just this project, but others, that the reserve dollar amount, we didn't have one before, so we're just kind of separating out pieces and putting it in different departments. Is that reserves? The reserve level dollars, which show significant 29 and 35, but prior to that, 0. So what was that? What's that change?
So one of the main changes, John alluded to it, is we got some of the the dedicated millages right at the last minute, and so we put them in reserves.
Okay.
So those are going to move over into the actual operating when the time comes. That's the main driver of that one.
Appreciate it. And the last thing I would say is, still not sold on the Nebraska Avenue roundabout, but I like the project in general, just that piece of it. So anyway.
I did. I know you've been in these meetings, so I did send you the revised layout. So feel free to give me a shout once you've had an opportunity to take a peek, and we can.
Okay. thank you, we'll look at that.
Any other, Commissioner Scott?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you very much, Kelly. I also, you did a similar session for myself on the floodplain management plan like you did for Commissioner Egger, so I appreciate that. That was very, very helpful in understanding what we did and why we did it. And also, just, again, kudos to you and your team for getting all the lane miles repurposed and everything they did with beach renourishment. I mean, you just really knocked it out of the park. On the, just a quick question on the work plan. It says develop Grand Canal dredge project. Is that something just looking out into the future, like the next time it would have to be done, or is that a carryover from last year, or, because I think that's underway right now?
Yeah, that was part of the fiscal year '24 work plan. So it is, yeah, we put it out to bid this
Oh, that's
year.
under
It's under construction now, so it will be done before the end of the fiscal year.
Got it. Okay. Thanks.
Commissioners, just a quick note, because you're talking about this whole issue of resiliency, and look at the articles around Lee County, because Lee County, let people build back the way they were, and their discount for future flood insurance is currently in jeopardy, any discount, because they allowed them to build and not build back in a more resilient manner. And that's the kind of pressure you would get, because it's going to cost more, but that's just, there's articles out there, just something to look at your leisure. But that gives you an idea of the impacts of these types of decisions.
Yeah, no, and I agree with you, and I think that's why it's important to get that message out.
Yeah.
And I think, again, you don't need to get into all the details you would if you were sitting in front of a contractor or an architect that's looking to do planning, but at least give a sense to our residents, the thought process behind it and what we're trying to, I don't want to say protect themselves from themselves, but at least protect them going forward into the future on some of the things that you're talking about. So anyway.
Any other questions, comments, discussion? So yes, I have to agree, Kelly, you have an amazing team, and you just pull off amazing accomplishments. I think last year it was fish from Red Tide. This year it was sand dunes. You always just know how to do an amazing job and collaborate and get all the right people together and make it work. So kudos to you, great job, and I'm looking forward to next year. Hopefully it won't be sand, hopefully it's just new sand and not fish. Okay, so that, if there's no more questions, concludes Public Works. What's the matter?
And as Kelly leaves, she was the Tampa
yeah.
Bay beaches. What was the award, Kelly?
Tourism Person of the Year.
Tourism Person of the
That's
Year.
right, that's right.
Tourism Person of the Year this year because of all of her work around our beaches.
So Commissioner Scott has a comment?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I've been thinking about, the sheriff's presentation yesterday when he talked about, the emergency response, $1.8 million for that. And I'd like to have some further discussion about what that entails, about what the type of equipment, that he's considering for that. Because as I think about that, if that equipment, whether it be generators or tents or 20 vehicles or whatever, in order to be able to respond to an emergency event, they've got to be in a constant state of readiness. So there's going to be ongoing costs associated with doing that, whether that's maintenance of that equipment, whether that's personnel dedicated for that. And I think it's a great discussion. I'm glad he brought it up, because it certainly wasn't anything that I was thinking about. But I just think I'd like to have a little more discussion about what that looks like longer term.
So first, I'll send you the breakdown of the equipment. They're not anticipating personnel. This is people, just like with all of their other specialized teams that come together during a response. But they're, generator maintenance, tent maintenance, stuff like that. I'm assuming that he would absorb that, but let me send you the detailed list, which I have, and then I'll ask Kathy and the sheriff to respond in terms of that, and maybe we can schedule a time at a work session to come in and speak to it more.
Okay, great.
Okay?
I think a work session is a great suggestion. Thank you, Commissioner Scott. So does anybody else have any other, Commissioner Justice?
Just
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's just FYI, and it may not be pertinent now that our tomorrow looks a little shorter. The Area Agency on Aging has called an emergency meeting for tomorrow for a budget issue. So my plan was to step out for that tomorrow but we may. But just as an FYI, if I leave early tomorrow, that's why.
Okay. Anybody else? Okay, so tomorrow we will be taking on the Supervisor of Elections, Building Development and Review Services, and Forward Pinellas. So I look forward to seeing you all
also
around.
have on standby, so Drew's here, so we can do any of our capital, and we'll also have administrative services since they're also down here. But we'll still plan on getting out by noon, so if we don't get to those departments, they'll come back next week.
Okay, so plan on at least till noon. Okay, thank you all. Have a great rest of your day, and we'll see you tomorrow.